Teen Titans Go is stupid. Now I'm gonna start off with, as a kid growing up, I watched Teen Titans. Teen Titans was a lovely, funny show that knew when to joke and when to take itself seriously. But most of the time, it was just joking. I never really minded this. I liked the superhero shows that were more funny and more lighthearted. So it never really bothered me that it could tell jokes and do the weird anime faces. I thought it was hilarious. So after Teen Titans ended, I got over it after a while. And then I hear that it's getting brought back and that they're doing shorts on DC Nation. Now, DC Nation shorts were pretty good. They were chibi-fied versions of the Teen Titans. It was more based on joking, but still called back to the Teen Titans. They were still fighting crime and everything. I thought this was funny still. Then we finally get Teen Titans Go. Teen Titans Go is the poor man's version of the Teen Titans from DC Nation. They are pathetic. Just look at these character models. They scream nothing but lazy and pathetic. The first thing we're going to do is talk about their traits. If you like the original Teen Titans, these are not the Titans for you, because all of them are selfish assholes who only worry about themselves all the time. They tell bad jokes, and they just run around doing the stupidest shit you can imagine. They had a whole episode where toilets flew off into outer space. If that isn't stupid enough for you, then this show will challenge how stupid it can be every episode. Now, here's the thing. Usually when a show is really stupid like this, I get over it. I look over it and I'm like, okay, it's not for me, you guys can enjoy it. But this show just happened to piss me off every chance it could. So let me state why this show started to piss me off. First, Let's Get Serious. Let's Get Serious was the writer's way of pointing out what people thought that they wanted for Teen Titans Go, when actually people were just saying they wanted the original Teen Titans back, not because Teen Titans was serious, because it's just an overall better show. So they made these abominations. The Teen Titans Go crew turns into these ugly, absolutely gross looking characters and start trying to act quote unquote serious while still being annoying jackasses. Now, after time goes by, people bitch on the internet about this. Then Teen Titans Go does it again with the return of Slade. In case you didn't know, Slade was the badass main villain from the Teen Titans. Now, we didn't get a proper ending to Teen Titans, so when people heard Slade was going to be on Teen Titans Go, people were really excited about it. Well, guess what? Teen Titans Go made a joke saying that, whoa, we had such a great fight. It was like two-parter and there was a big conclusion and everything. Well, guess what? I don't give a shit. I really don't. It's the whole rest of this episode that got me mad. Beast Boy and Cyborg, our two designated dumbasses for this episode, decide they want to get a clown because they liked it as a kid. So they get a clown. They don't like clowns anymore. They said it's not because they're too old to enjoy clowns, it's that the clown isn't funny anymore. So they decide to update the clown to where it'll be funnier. In return of trying to update the clown to where it will be funny, they make this Frank Miller abomination of a clown, and it proceeds to beat the crap out of him, which is probably the best part of this episode. We get Raven talking down to the viewers the whole episode. I didn't mind Raven until this episode. She's a hypocritical bitch in this episode. She sits there and watches My Little Pony all day, but yeah, she says people need to grow up and that these things are for kids and you should be over it. Just shut up, Raven. This whole episode was just plain stupid and was just purposely meant to talk down to their viewers and be like, oh, you like the old Teen Titans? Well, too bad, you've got this show. And then finally, their fourth wall episode that recently came out. It was stated that they were basically the reboot of the original Teen Titans, trying to make it almost as if the Teen Titans universe canonically goes into Teen Titans Go. Now, in my own head, I will never say this. Teen Titans Go is its own stupid little spin-off created by a whole different staff of people who worked on Young Justice, which I really liked, and is more like Teen Titans, the original series, than Teen Titans Go ever will be. But, yeah. This series is just awful, but the worst thing is that its creators just want to spend this time because they don't know what to do with this show. They're just gonna poke at the fans of the original show and try to piss as many people off while making as much money as they can. They didn't expect the show to be good, Cartoon Network didn't expect the show to be good, and now they're just winging it trying to get by. And this is so obvious with the stupid plots that they're given. There are so many talented artists out there that would love to get in the position of working at Cartoon Network, just having the chance to make their own cartoons. But instead, these happy-go-lucky jackasses get to make this abominable piece of shit known as Teen Titans Go. Now, back into Young Justice. These people worked on Young Justice and Batman Brave and the Bold. These shows know how to work with comedy. If I want to say this, Young Justice is very close to being like the original Teen Titans. Albeit, they cut out most of the jokes that the original Teen Titans would do, but they still tried to get there with the passion, just wanting to tell a story. If Teen Titans Go shared half of this, then I would be in full support of it. Now, I get that it's a children's show, and it makes it very obvious with how dumb it is. But can you please just shut up? If your show's gonna keep on going and you want to make money, I don't care. I just don't like that you guys are constantly doing these stupid ass episodes like this to get people on the internet pissed off all the time. It just makes you look stupid, it makes Cartoon Network look stupid for allowing you to air this shit, and it's just sad. You owe the Teen Titans for everything you have, because if it wasn't for the Teen Titans series that came before you, and the comic books that came before that, your show wouldn't even exist, you pathetic pieces of shit. Now, you're wondering me, why do you not like this show, Dylan? It's not that bad, it's not that bad. Oh, it is. We've already seen with Be Cool Scooby-Doo that this show is influencing other people to make poorly thought out pieces of garbage, just like this show. Now, thank God that Be Cool Scooby-Doo didn't make it, but who's to say that more of these won't pop up because of this show? If we don't talk down to this show and state why we don't like it, then more shows like this will continue to come out. And we might just go through another dark age like we had before where there was no good cartoons on. Remember in the mid-2000s where there was nothing good on until Adventure Time and shows started coming out? We could go through another one of those just because we didn't tell people that we didn't like Teen Titans Go. And the worst part is, out of all this, Cartoon Network shoved this show right in your face. You can't get away from this show. They're constantly promoting it on commercials, having huge-ass marathons for it, airing it all the time. I can't even avoid this show if I want to. I go on YouTube, and people are talking about this show. I go on Facebook, people are posting about this show. It's just I'm tired of seeing the show, I'm tired of hearing about the show, and I just wish it would go die. Hello everybody, Dylan here today, and today we are doing a video called Death Battle is Stupid. And if you want to find out, stay tuned today on DHT. Now, because this YouTube series is so stupid, so ridiculous, and never bother to even check their facts, I'm only going to use 2 examples, but because I'm using these 2 examples in the way I'm using them, this video is going to be a 2-parter. First part is going to be Donkey Kong versus Knuckles. Second part is going to be Superman versus Goku. So we're going to talk about today Donkey Kong versus Knuckles. Now just stay tuned because there's a lot to this and it's going to take me a while to explain why Donkey Kong should have been obliterated by Knuckles. Now, one of the most major problems that they did was that they didn't establish which Knuckles they were using. They used cartoon Knuckles from Sonic X. They used Knuckles from Sonic Boom and the game's Knuckles. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the video game's Knuckles and then I'm gonna use the comic book Knuckles. and I'm gonna point out each one of their attributes and tell you why they should have destroyed Donkey Kong. So let's start with the games first of all, because that's the Knuckles everyone tends to know. So let's point out some ridiculous things he's done in the video games. Let's start off in his introduction in Sonic 3. Now this is something Death Battle shows in their video, but doesn't bother to point out. Knuckles in base form is able to punch out Super Sonic. Now in case you didn't realize, Death Battle says this theirself, Super Sonic has a 1000 power increase, atomic flight, unlimited stamina, and is invincible. Now, I don't know if they know this, but invincible is pretty fucking hard to be knocked out of, and Knuckles did it like it was nothing. Now, I credit this to his ability to tap into the Chaos Emeralds. He might have been able to just cancel out their magic and punch Sonic straight out of the super form. But either way, this is a very impressive feat that just gets overlooked by Death Battle. They don't even comment on this throughout their whole video. Next thing is that they didn't mention that Knuckles also has his own super form. Turning the Chaos Emeralds into Super Emeralds, Knuckles can turn into Hyper Knuckles. Now Hyper Knuckles moves so ridiculously fast that you can't even see him attacking enemies on the screen. He jumps up and then all the enemies on the screen are destroyed. I wouldn't say this is moving faster than light, but I'm assuming that it's pretty damn fast if 1 second all the enemies can be there, a flash of light happens and then they're all dead. This could seemingly be him moving so fast that we literally couldn't see him at all. Oh yeah, not to mention that while he's in his hyper form, he can do a move called the Gliding Shockwave. Now the Gliding Shockwave is where Knuckles does his normal glide into a wall, but the magnitude of him slamming into that wall is so tremendous that all the enemies die due to the earthquake caused. Now, this is ridiculous. No matter how strong Donkey Kong has been, he's never been able to wipe out everything on the screen in one punch. This is like ridiculous. He is one punch Knuckles. He will destroy you. To even say that Donkey Kong is anywhere near his power is a great underestimation of Knuckles. Not to mention that it says in the official Sonic sources that I dug through that when you're in your hyper form, your power doubles multiple times over than the super form. So it's 1000 times whatever. So that means that his power has increased way further than a Super Sonic or Super Shadow. And in Death Battle's own Vegeta vs. Shadow, they said Vegeta only survived because he was able to outlast Super Shadow. Now, here's the thing. The rings drain faster in the hyper form, but he can obliterate Donkey Kong so fast that it wouldn't even matter in hyper form. Hyper form is the peak of Knuckles' existence in the video games. Nothing gets stronger than this in the video games. And his strength is ridiculous. His speed is somewhat unmeasurable. How could you say that Hyper Knuckles could not destroy Donkey Kong in a second? But that's enough for video game Knuckles. He only used this power in one game, so let's point out comic book Knuckles and how ridiculously he could beat Donkey Kong. Now, in the comics, he can do everything I listed that the video game counterpart can do, but he can take that a step up. Now you're wondering, how can he take that up? What would happen? How can he do this? Well, he has an evolution called Chaos Knuckles. Now Chaos Knuckles is a form of Knuckles that no one could ever handle. He's destroyed literal gods with this power. Now Chaos Knuckles turns his body completely green, virtually indestructible, and he becomes a living Chaos Emerald with unlimited energy. Now, he has infinite energy. I'm gonna quote them in one of their videos. What is half of infinity? In-fucking-finity. So that means that with infinite power and the chaos energy radiating off of his body that can literally reboot universes, you're gonna tell me that Donkey Kong has the ability to stand up to him. Donkey Kong somehow has in his arsenal something that is stronger than all of the chaos energy combined. He has something that is stronger, the being that could beat Mario in your death battle, the being that could almost beat Vegeta in your death battle. You're saying that that power increased by at least 10,000 fold is somehow comparable to Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong is outranked on a whole nother scale. Chaos Knuckles is the beast of the Sonic universe. He is possibly the strongest thing in the Sonic universe when he used this form. The reason why he never used it again is 1, the universe reboot, and 2, this form is so affecting, it will slowly destroy him if he stays in this form. That's how powerful it is. He could turn into pure energy just by being in this form. Now you're telling me, death battle, Donkey Kong can fight the living essence of a Chaos Emerald, the thing that has made Sonic OP for years? I say no. The fact that you didn't look into this makes it look like you're really dumb. Now, I'll give you this. If Donkey Kong fought the Knuckles from Sonic X or the Knuckles from Sonic Boom, he might have a chance of winning. He probably has a really good chance of winning. But here's the thing. These Knuckles are the weakest Knuckles around. The video game Knuckles is not even comparable to these other Knuckles. The TV Knuckles are always weaker than their video game and comic book counterpart. So this has been Death Battle is Stupid Part 1. I pointed out everything that was wrong with their Donkey Kong versus Knuckles fight, all the way from them pulling sources from TV shows, from them really overlooking basic abilities of Knuckles, to them overlooking the fact that he can turn into a literal Chaos Emerald. Hello everybody, Dylan here today, and we are doing Death Battle is Stupid. Now, I already did Death Battle is Stupid Part 1, you can go watch it right now. If you haven't watched it, you might want to, because this is the Part 2 video. This part is going to be talking about Goku vs. Superman Part 1 and 2, what I thought was wrong with it, and the main reason why I came to conclude that Death Battle is stupid, the whole idea is dumb, and why I don't watch Death Battle anymore. So let's jump right into this today on DHT. Now, I'm not going to be mean, but let's start off with the premise itself. The premise doesn't sound like a bad idea. It's Goku versus Superman. But then when you think about it, it's Goku versus Superman. Now, Superman's a very complicated character to understand. There are tons of versions of Superman, but they thought they would make it simpler by saying anything past Crisis on Infinite Earths. Now that gives us a better understanding, but there are still tons of Supermen afterwards. There's the modern Superman and all of his mini slight reboots, and then there's freaking New 52 Superman, who brings way more to the table. Now this video was made in 2013, meaning that the New 52 had already been going for 2 years. So the fact that they're deciding to use the outdated Superman when the universe has been rebooted into the New 52 already starts to make me question things. Now, one of the major complaints I could give right away is choosing the Dragon Ball abridged people to voice Goku. Now, I wouldn't really complain about this, but then it makes me wonder, is this supposed to be the Goku from the Dragon Ball abridged universe, or is it still supposed to be the Goku from the Dragon Ball anime universe? And don't act like they're not two different Gokus. One Goku is way different power level and personality wise than the other one. In the Dragon Ball abridged universe, the movies do apply to the canon, when in the anime universe, they do not. Why do I bring this up? Because it comes up later on the Death Battle. When Goku is getting tired of Superman and he's exhausted through all of his super forms, including Super Saiyan 4, he uses a move from the Super Android 13 movie where he creates a spirit bomb, then absorbs the spirit bomb. Now, my complaint with this is that this is anime Goku. He is using a non-canon move just for the hell of it. Like, how the hell does he know this move? How the hell does he know this move exists? And you're saying, oh, Dylan, it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, because that's like already breaking the canon of the character, and it could cause a very dishonest ending. But the ending was right. Superman would win, but I don't believe Superman would blow up the Earth to do it. Superman has literally gotten the shit beat out of him to death On multiple occasions, he has almost died defending the Earth. He lets villains beat the shit out of him just because he doesn't want the Earth to get blown up in the process. I don't believe that he would crash into the Earth, blowing it up just to kill Goku when he's already so much more powerful than Goku. It goes against his morals and everything he represents as a character. So the first one already fucked up Superman majorly by not defining which Superman they were using and by bastardizing his character. They fucked up Goku by not stating which Goku they're using, the manga, the abridged, or the anime version, and they had him use moves outside of his canon. So let's move on to the part 2. Now, they were asked to do this so many times that they decided we're doing a part 2. So I'm like, maybe they'll do some research. Maybe with the Battle of Gods movie and the second one coming out, they did their research and they know what they're doing. No, they didn't. So let's get into what's wrong with the second one. The second one's already stupid from the beginning. Superman is out in space summoning Shenron with the Dragon Balls. Now here's the thing. He blew up the Earth, so I'm assuming he blew up Piccolo too, so how is he wishing back the Earth if Piccolo is presumed to be dead? And it might have been Dende, but either way, they're dead. I'm assuming it's Piccolo because one wish is all Shenron granted him, and if it was Dende, there would have been 3 or 2 wishes, so I'm assuming it's Piccolo. But how would he even make this wish if he blew up the Earth along with Piccolo? Now, you could say this is the Namekian Dragon Balls, but you can see that is Shenron. So no, this is the Earth Dragon Balls. So that's already stupid from the start. Now they're talking stuff to each other. They're ready to start this fight. I'm ready to start this fight. First of all, I'm going to say it looks way better than last time. These models look way more detailed, a little bit too shiny, but I'm loving it. I'm loving the background, everything. But then Goku turns Super Saiyan God without 5 pure-hearted Saiyans around him. So that's a major problem right there. I don't see Vegeta. I don't see anybody else there, so we're presuming that Goku can just turn Super Saiyan God without the help of any other Saiyans. So that's a complete fuck up right there. And it's not a slight little fuck up that I can look over. He cannot transform into Super Saiyan God on his own. Now, their next biggest mistake was introducing Super Saiyan Blue in this fight when he hadn't been able to show off his full power. He was barely shown off in the Resurrection F movie. We have no idea how strong he is, and they decided to use him in this death battle against Superman, not knowing his power level in the slightest, just to help out their theory. Now, I do believe Superman could still beat Super Saiyan Blue. I just feel like they didn't give enough time to learn about the Super Saiyan Blue transformation before using it. And Superman says dialogue straight from the animated series, making me wonder if this is supposed to be the Superman from the animated series because of his demeanor and voice. But then I realized that it can't be him because he's a way weaker Superman than the feats this Superman is pulling off. In case you guys didn't know, one of the weakest Supermen around is the Superman from the animated series, so this obviously can't be him. And then I realized yet again they didn't tell us which Superman they were using. They just said, we are using a modern, more rebooted Superman. Well, that still doesn't help at all because there's been so many Superman reboots that you can't just say it's a rebooted Superman. You have to go into detail on which Superman you are using. And if this one connects to the previous video like it's a sequel because you see Superman wishing the Earth back, how is this Goku able to turn Super Saiyan God when he already turned Super Saiyan 4 in the other video, showing that he's not the Goku from the Earth we know. He's not the anime Goku, he's the GT Goku. How can GT Goku turn Super Saiyan God? That is another major fuck up on their half that they don't even bother to explain at all. There's like, just let us have this, we'll make it work, just let us have this one. And I'm like, no, that's fucking stupid. It's not a slight little mistake, they didn't mess up a power level, they fucking threw in a Goku from a whole nother universe that doesn't make sense on itself. The GT universe doesn't even make sense on itself, and for some reason we're being told that GT Goku can turn Super Saiyan God. So fuck you, Death Battle, that's completely completely asinine. Now, the only thing I can give this death battle credit for is the way Superman finishes off Goku and the way he fights him. He's giving Goku plenty of opportunities to stop. Goku won't stop. He realizes Goku will blow up the earth because Goku's just an asshole for some reason now. I mean, he isn't trying to get stronger. He just will fight Superman even if the earth gets blown up, totally bastardizing his character. So Superman realizes Goku's a threat to the earth, so instead of plowing into him like he did last time, blowing up the earth, he decides to just lobotomize him. Now, only evil Supermen have done this, only Supermen from evil universes, but I'll just let this Superman off on it, because normally Superman would pressure point him down or fucking break his arms and legs so he wouldn't move, even if it gets that extreme. But if you want to say he thinks Goku is that big of a threat to where he has to lobotomize him, I'll let you have that one. This ending was at least good. I don't, however, like that part they tacked on to the end with Goku saying, you know what, I don't want to be stronger than him. That's fucking stupid. You're just putting this ending up so fucking fanboys won't bitch down in the comments below. And I know someone's gonna think I'm either a Goku or a Superman fanboy. No. I just read a lot of comic books, watched all of Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball, and read the mangas, so I'm pretty sure I know Goku's strengths and Superman's strengths. I've read a hell of a lot of Superman, and I know that you fucked him up in this one too. But at the end, you try to credit to why you think that he could do this. Now, because you didn't state which Superman you're using, you can pull off these feats, but you do lie. Spectre was heavy in that one, but he didn't weigh infinite pounds. Now, the other one is the Book of Infinite Pages. Now, you can even see in that fucking screenshot you have right there that when he picks up the book with Shazam, it fucking breaks everywhere. It falls apart. And the book is magic too. And it's the Book of Infinite Pages. It doesn't mean that's the Book of Infinite Mass. It is magic in nature, meaning that it could weigh like a fucking dime, but still have infinite pages like it says. So, yet again, you didn't know your sources on that one, so that's another thing to bastardize this theory. So, we have a severe lack of research, a lack of understanding which characters they're using and which characters can use which moves. They didn't know shit about GT Goku, they didn't know shit about Super Saiyan God transformation, they didn't know anything about how strong Super Saiyan Blue was, and they made Superman be a total dick who will blow up the earth just for the hell of it. Hello everybody, Dylan here today on DHT, and you know what's stupid? Sonic fan shipping. So let's talk about it today on DHT. Now, all media is made to entertain us, whether it be a comic book, a movie, a video game, a cartoon, etc. Now, to think you're gonna take two characters from the series you like and you want them to bang, it's just kinda creepy. Now, I know it's not always sexual, but sometimes it can be sexual, and that's when it gets really weird. Now, sometimes you get reasonable shipping to where the two characters are built upon each other, they've been friends for a while, and then they end up dating. Some examples are Jimmy and Cindy from Jimmy Neutron, Kim and Ron from Kim Possible, and Danny and Sam from Danny Phantom. These worked out, and before they did get together, they were just shipping. Now, the reason why I say these shippings aren't bad is because it didn't hurt the franchise that they got together, and it wouldn't have hurt the franchise if they didn't get together. They could have stayed a ship and it would have still been a good franchise. Now, one of the franchises that has a bad deal with shipping is Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, I'm a member of the Sonic the Hedgehog fan base. I'm a Sonic the Hedgehog fan, so I know how bad shipping can be here. And today we're going to be talking about the good and bad Sonic shipping. Now, just know that it's my opinion. If you get mad, just type your hateful comments down below, and let's continue into this video. But like I said before, there's two types of shipping. There's shipping that can further the characters and further the franchise, and then there's shipping that can hinder the characters and ruin the franchise. And we're going to be talking about which ones could help the franchise and can be good shipping first, because I always like to get the positives out of the way first before I get into the rant. Now, if we're going to be talking about about good shipping, we're going to be talking about Sonic and Sally first. Now, Sonic and Sally were together in Sonic SatAM and the Sonic Archie comics. Now, the reason why they worked together is because they were close friends. They went on plenty of missions together, and we got to see their relationship grow in both of them. They had bad times and good times, and it really felt like it paid off when you finally seen them get together. And even in the Archie comics, they grew up and had kids. That's the one thing that the Sonic Sally group can say over the Sonic Amy group, that it actually happened. Now, Tails and Cosmo. Tails and Cosmo were actually a couple in Sonic X, and I liked them because they started out as friends, then slowly grew to be more, just like Sonic and Sally. But would I want these two to continue being a couple? No, I believe that their arc ended at the end of Sonic X. Now, I know that sounds fucked up, but she sacrificed herself to save everybody, and Tails realized that he had to give her up to save everybody. I wouldn't want to ruin that moment by bringing her back. It can really just ruin everything if she came back, because it would be way less impactful that she sacrificed herself, and it would ruin that Tails did that. So yeah, and I don't think that they would ever bring that into a game, because they're trying to be less serious in the games, and having a character die is kinda serious. So let's move on to the next one. Now, Rouge and Shadow. I could see it happening. They go on missions. They're kinda close, but I don't see it happening because Shadow doesn't really seem to care about anything. That's his character, and I feel like it would kind of ruin his character if they did get together, but then again, I wouldn't be complaining if they did. It's not the worst ship that could happen. Now, as for Knuckles and Rouge, I could see this one actually happening because of the chemistry they had in the games and the chemistry they had in the Sonic X cartoon. If they worked on their character in the games because they really haven't interacted in a while, I could see this one happening. It wouldn't be that bad, and I'm in support of this one. And finally, Silver and Blaze. Now, if you played Sonic 06 and somehow made it through that game, you would know that they were really close to each other, and it was really sad when she sacrificed herself to save Silver's timeline. And if you continued on with the franchise, you would know that they met up again, and I think that they're cool together. I could see that happening. They were really close in Sonic 06. I'm gonna say this now. If you're in support of any of the ones I'm about to talk about, click off the video now. You know what's coming up next. Leave your hateful comment, dislike the video if you want to. You just leave before I say what I'm about to say about these shippings. So let's go into it, starting with Son Amy. Now, Son Amy, I am not in support of this couple at all. I think that they're just friends and they should not be together. For one, she's always trying to place herself on him. She's stalking him. She's almost kidnapped him. She's abusive towards him. She will hit him with her hammer if she has to get him to get close to her. You do not want to be with this type of girl. This type of girl is all types of crazy, and I don't think we should support someone being in an abusive relationship. Now, people say, oh, he's just shy. Take a look at his face in any of those scenes. The utter disgust on his face, how bored he is when he's around her. He doesn't like her that way. He's made it very clear, and I don't know why people keep supporting this one. This one probably has the most rabid fan base out of all of them, and I don't mean to offend anybody by saying it, but I just don't see it happening. Now, for you die-hard Sonic Amy fans, I will give you this. Sonic Boom and Amy, they could work out. They're not bad. They're not cancerous. She isn't crazy. They're okay. You can have them. Now, with Knuckles and Tikal, I do not support this one because one, she is his ancestor. That means that they are related. And for two, she's dead. So you guys might want to quit shipping this one unless you want an inbred zombie love. Now, this one's gonna be kind of vague because I've seen her shipped with just about anybody, and I'm just gonna say all of them are wrong. It's Cream the Rabbit. Anybody with Cream the Rabbit is wrong because she is a child. She has the mind of a child. She is a little kid physically and emotionally. I do not want any pedophiles in my Sonic game. If Sonic got with her, he'd be a full-on pedophile. I don't want to have to call up Keemstar on Sonic the Hedgehog, so no. No Cream. No. It needs to stop. No Cream at all. Now, next is Sonic and Blaze. Now I can see where you're coming from with this one. They're both really fast, they both really like adventure, and they both have sidekicks that follow them around. But we gotta remember that they're from different dimensions or different timelines, whatever you want to say. This would be ridiculous. I don't think that that's even a long distance relationship. That's a multiversal relationship. If they exist in the same timeline, maybe, but from how they are now, no. And now for our final one, Shadow and Shrek. Who the fuck thought of Shadow and Shrek? Why is this meme continuing? Like, it started off as a joke, but now it's become real, ironically. This needs to stop. Seriously, Shadow and Shrek. No, fuck this. Fuck all this. Fuck shipping. Fuck it. Shadow and Shrek. No. Why? Why is this a thing? No, fuck all this. I'm done. Shadow and Shrek. Fuck. Hello everybody, Dylan here today. Since the start of Is Stupid, we've had some great YouTubers on here. We had Leonard Church, we had Derek Savage, we had Mick Juggernuggets, and finally we have the Fine Brothers. But the YouTuber I'm going to be talking about today has finally risen above all these guys. For once I found a YouTuber that I can actually say I legitimately hate. There is no playing around with this. I am not kidding. Matthew Santoro is an asshole, and I hate him. Here's why I think he's completely and utterly stupid. So then, if you guys watched my video, I did a quick vid on Matthew Santoro about him plagiarizing, you will already know that I've heard that he did this. He was one of the guys that I looked up to. He inspired me to do totally original top 10s, and when I found out that he wasn't original at all, it utterly disgusted me. Now, here's the reason why it utterly disgusted me. Matthew Santoro isn't just a YouTuber who does top 10s. Matthew Santoro also has a vlog page, he's on Facebook a lot, and he lets his opinions out there. So I know what Matthew Santoro is thinking. I've seen him do this stuff a lot. So you're wondering, well, Dylan, why are you still mad at him? He apologized. Well, it doesn't matter if he apologizes. Here's the thing. He didn't just steal some ideas. He didn't just take a top 10 idea. He didn't go, oh, well, I copied all this, but the text is mine. No, he stole everything, word for word. For 6 years, Matthew Santoro has been taking top 10 lists from places, and he thinks that all he has to do is credit them and then everything's fine? No, nothing's fine, Matthew. You're trying to put a band-aid on a gash. You could have credited these sources months ago. But here's the thing. After he got flat out exposed by Grade A Under A, he decides that he's gonna send Grade A messages telling him that, oh, well, he's sorry, and he's gonna credit them and stuff. Well, Grade A is real, so he says, I don't care if you apologize to me. You are the one who ripped off Listverse. Don't try to get on my good side. And I totally fucking agree with him. I think Matthew Santoro was trying to suck up to Grade A so Grade A would leave him alone, which is totally not cool. After all these exposed videos came out and Drama Alert was reporting on this, Matthew went back and credited all the sources he used in all of his videos, him and his friend, just to avoid the backlash that was really about to hit him, because the storm was brewing and he knew that if he could react quick enough, he could stomp the backlash of hate, and he kinda did. But here's the thing, there should be a backlash of hate. He stole these ideas, like flat out fucking stole them. He calls himself a creator. He calls himself a YouTuber. All he did was the equivalent to audiobooks. That'd be like me reading a book, recording me reading it, and saying that I have all rights to the book and the audio and I don't have to give the author anything. No, I read the author's book. You read Listverse list. You shouldn't just be crediting them, you should be giving them a cut of your money. They should sue you for a cut of your money. You should either take down the video or share monetization with the companies that you ripped off from, because you flat out stole these people's work. They worked hard for this, they got paid to do this, and you stole their money. It's not the fact that you stole their credit, you stole their money. You robbed these people, Matthew, and you seem to act like you don't know this. And the worst thing is, he's plastering that fake ass smile on his face, acting like nothing's wrong. How can you even act like that? I get that you're happy that no one unsubscribed to you, that you didn't lose all your 5 million fucking subscribers, but you really should have. You're just a stupid stupid fucking vlog channel, and that's all you ever will be. You have an amateur gaming channel that no one gives two shits about, and this whole fucking time, the thing that you're known for, top 10s, you can't even create that. So, you can't even make a fucking top 10 list. I spend days upon days coming up with topics for top 10 lists, and even if I get a fact wrong, that's my own error researching, because when you research, sometimes you mess up. You've never messed up once because you had all the work done for you. And you dare to go to these creator cons still acting like you're a creator? You're not a fucking creator. You're not a creator at all. The only things you can be credited for creating is your Let's Play channel and your vlogs. And last time I checked, we don't really consider vloggers to be the best things of YouTube. But let's get back on topic. When Matthew Santoro was exposed by Grade A Underage, he made a video apologizing to people a few days after everything had started to calm down. The apology lasted for about 5 minutes. He said that he was gonna credit Listverse and all the other sources he took from, and that's it. Then he goes down to CreatorCom and interviews people. Like, I'm gonna play a clip right now so you can see what went on.
And I haven't vlogged in a few days, and that is because I've been working on some very important stuff, and I want to tell you guys exactly what that is. So over the last few days or so, you guys have reached out to me overwhelmingly on social media and on YouTube, and I've heard every single one of you. You guys have had some concerns about my main channel videos, and what those concerns were, the majority of them were overwhelmingly, Matt, where are the citations for your videos? Where do you cite your sources? And this is not something new. This is something that you guys have been asking for a long time. And to be completely honest with you, I need to apologize because I should have been citing my videos all along. And to be quite frank, it was lazy of me. And I've always had the citations, obviously, because I get my information from somewhere. I just never put them in the description of the video. It's heavily researched by my writer, Jimmy. We work together. We've been working together for over a year now. He sources from multiple sources, and he does really good work to fact check, and that's why he uses multiple sources to make sure that they are true. Now, that being said, I just wanted to address that because I'm happy to announce that the reason that I haven't been vlogging for 2 days is because Jimmy and I have spent the last 48 hours, literally the vast majority of the last 48 hours, going through over 250 of my main channel videos and properly citing them in the description of those videos. And I want to say so much thanks to all of you for the support that you've shown me over the last week or so, and your patience, most importantly, in the time of it that it took for me to get this done. So now that that's done, I'm going to continue vlogging, and I'm here at the Creator Summit here in beautiful New York City, and I'm going to go downstairs and I'm going to show you all the people that are here. Thank God that I got all that work done at least by last night so that I could at least go to the big YouTuber dinner, even though I missed the whole day. And I got to meet PewDiePie, I got to hang out with Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, Tim DeLegetto, Harley from Epic Mealtime. All of these people, Mike Thompson, oh my God, Cassie Ho, Dietrich, Superwoman, Humble the Poet, Lindsay Sterling, all of these amazing creators. Those are just to name a few.
Do you see that shit? No fucking shame. He wasn't even upset. He didn't even give a fuck. He still had that fake ass smile on his face the whole fucking time while he openly admits to you guys that he's a fucking content thief. Now, Dylan, why are you getting so mad that he's a content thief? Not all people come up with their own ideas. Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't be too upset about it if it wasn't for the fact that he went on a YouTube show talking about how he hates plagiarism. Yeah, that's right. When plagiarism on Facebook was still little touchy topic over a year ago, Matthew Santoro went on there, and this is the best part, he talked about plagiarism. So, I know this is gonna be a clip show, but let's play that clip too.
And what's even more interesting, and we're hanging out with Matthew Santoro, one of the biggest YouTubers on the entire planet, is that there's right now on Facebook anyway, there's also no way to monetize it.
No, so, there isn't, and they're working towards creating a monetization system that they claim is going to battle YouTube, but Facebook is the biggest cesspool of. I have very strong feelings of Facebook.
Yeah, clearly,
it's such a terrible, like, they steal so much content. Like, they came out with a number the other day and said, like, we have 18, they're bragging 18 billion views a month or something unique last month. but the 17 billion of those is from freebooted content, stolen. You know what freebooting is?
I know exactly what it is, because I ripped some videos last night to put up on YouTube. I ripped the cat. No, because
you're part of the problem, Tim. No. They steal so much content.
Matt, where are the citations for your videos? Where do you cite your sources?
They steal so much content.
And this is not something new. This is something that you guys have been asking for a long time. And to be completely honest with you, I need to apologize because I should have been citing my videos all along.
Part of the problem, Tim.
And then finally, how all this got started is he was calling people out for YouTube drama, mainly because Markiplier and PewDiePie had already done it. Both of their videos were awful too. And I'm not a grade A fanboy. Markiplier even admits himself that the video is disorganized and is a mess. So yeah, Matthew Santoro thought he was right on this hype train and hopefully try to keep people off of his back by getting rid of drama channels. Well, here's the best thing. Matthew Santoro isn't against drama. I'm gonna be using a grade A under A clip, so if you want to go see the rest of this, you can go to his YouTube channel. This is his part 2 about the YouTube drama. So yeah, let's play this clip of Matthew Santoro talking about drama.
There was some shady things going on that night. The hate in the air was tangible, okay? Look, Andrew, whether you were or were not involved in the sketchiness of what happened that night, it didn't affect you, Gunnarola. The reason you're doing this is for promotion.
Cheeky fucking bastard. This guy's got some fucking cheek to complain about drama, do you not think?
So, we have to face the facts. Matthew Santoro has been lying to all of us. He has been lying for 6 years. Here's the thing. Here's the reason why I won't forgive him. Here's the reason why I won't subscribe. He had 6 years to credit those sources. He had 6 years to apologize to everybody, to tell people that he is plagiarizing. In all of these 6 years, he just stood there, smiling, telling jokes, and doing his videos. His videos that he actively and willingly stole from other sources. You and your fucking writer should really be sued for every fucking penny you have. You should at least share the monetization for these videos, and if you don't benefit these companies with some type of money in exchange for you stealing their content, you're a fucking asshole, and don't ever expect my subscription. Now, I don't tell you guys what to do. You can choose to subscribe to Matthew if you want to, but I hope that I gave you enough evidence today to show you that Matthew Santoro is an awful person, and he's just flat out stupid. He's stupid because he's done all this shit. He went on places talking about how bad plagiarism was, even though himself was plagiarizing. He talked about YouTube drama, even though himself was fucking doing drama behind everyone's back. And finally, when he gets caught, he continues to smile, does a half-ass apology, credits the sources he should have always credited, and just gets away with it. Why are we letting him get away with it? If I was everyone else, I would just unsubscribe from this asshole. He really doesn't deserve your subscriptions. Hell, if Listverse has a YouTube channel, go subscribe to them. Go check out Listverse. They're the ones who need it, not Matthew Santoro. If anything, we need to prove that we do not allow fucking plagiarism on YouTube. So yeah, I hope I changed your minds about Matthew Santoro. He is a genuinely awful, backstabbing person, and I think everyone needs to know about this. So share this video to everyone, get the word out there. Matthew Santoro is awful. We don't want this to die down, and I don't care if you think this is drama. This is my honest opinion. Matthew Santoro is stupid. Hello everybody, Dylan here today, and today we are going to be talking about how Keemstar is stupid. Now this part's going to be the exposing Keemstar. Now I'm not going to be exposing Keemstar for the normal stuff like the the Alex clip, no. I'm going to be exposing Keemstar for all the people he's personally destroyed. Now I'm not going to be talking about the elderly man who Keemstar falsely exposed for being a pedophile, because even the guy himself has said Keemstar helped him out, and he's grateful in the end. He knows it was an accident, so I can't really hold it against him. But these are the people Keemstar purposely attacked. So let's see what Keemstar has been doing as of late. Okay, now first is going to be Keemstar versus Pyro. Now, in case you didn't know, Pyrocynical saw Keemstar's video on Tobuscus. Tobuscus was being accused of raping a girl. Now, all Pyrocynical said is that because Keemstar didn't make it obvious enough that it was just allegations, Tobuscus was starting to get a bunch of hate on all of his channels. He said that Keemstar should make it more clear that it's allegations. Other than that, he was really nice to Keem. And how did Keem react? Well, let me show you.
Hey, I got some YouTube advice for you. Stop fucking copying people. How about that, Pyro? Stop copying people. Because if the type of videos that Leafy makes becomes unpopular, you're gonna be left fucking opening up surprise eggs. You could contact me with that at any time. You didn't hit me up privately. You didn't share this opinion with me. No, you make a fucking video criticizing me. All right, bro, you're a fake piece of shit. And if you fucking swing at me, I'm gonna swing much harder back. Did you really just say that I need to have a disclaimer saying that's an allegation? The title of the video is Toby Turner Rape Allegations, all right?
I still don't understand to this day why Keemstar defended his Tobuscus video so much. The entire video itself is literally a woman reading a Tumblr post for 20 minutes, while Keemstar makes a bunch of different expressions in hopes that you don't click off the video because of how shit it is.
Now this continued on for a little bit, and everything was just okay. Keem was throwing some insults, Pyro was joking around, and it was just minor YouTube drama, until Keemstar started accusing Pyro of messing around with an underage girl. Now, he changed the age of this girl multiple times. Let me show you.
Oh, and Pyro, do you remember those YouTubers that you used to be friends with before you blew up and like fucked them off? You know how they've been contacting me saying that you've been dating some like 14-year-old French girl and shit? Just please swing at me. If you're gonna swing at me, dude. Let me know, because I got a fucking files on top of files to swing back at.
Now, if any of you didn't notice that, he just deliberately lowered the age. Now, originally, this alleged girl was 15, and now Keemstar has lowered the age to 14. Probably to make it sound even more impacting and incriminating. And guess what? Later on stream, he lowered the age again to say the girl was now 13, and on top of that, basically insinuating that I was a pedophile.
Pyro was trying to hook up with a 13-year-old girl from France, all right? That he was technically like a pedo or weirdo or something, right?
But that wasn't enough. Keem had to keep digging. He offered people money if they could figure out who Pyro was. And eventually, it all worked out. Keem managed to find a photo of Pyro and started sharing it on Twitter, comparing him to a lesbian, and was just flat out sharing his face for everyone to see. Not only is this like the worst fucking thing you can do because Pyro asked for people not to see his face, but the fact that you're releasing his private information makes this flat out illegal. Keem, you broke the law. Doxing is illegal. Pyro didn't want his info out there. Now, Keem defends himself by saying that this stuff was out online already. But, just like Grade A said, you should not be sharing this stuff. Pyro wanted to remain anonymous. He didn't want people to know what he looked like. And you sharing his photo really helped get it out there. Other than calling Pyro a furry, that's about it. So let's move on to the next person, which is Scarce. Now, for a while there, Keem and Scarce were good friends, but that's how Keem's like with everybody. He just waits for the moment to flip his shit and try to destroy people. And what did Scarce do to deserve this destroying? He partially chuckled when defending Keem's daughter. Some people were threatening Keem's daughter, and Scarce went on to defend her.
And just because apparently I chuckled just a little bit because I was uncomfortably chuckling because of how fucked up the entire situation was, even though I was defending his daughter, trying to help his daughter, Keemstar came back and made a video, he made multiple tweets, and he did crazy shit. This is absolutely crazy. He's using his daughter as like a defense to basically attack me for no reason at all. I mean, it's crazy. I literally said I was on Keemstar's side. I said that it was harassment. I said that it was fucked up. So me and Keemstar actually ended up having a debate, and during this debate, he accidentally leaked my Skype. And this was a big Skype that I had with a bunch of contacts on it. I was on, really, really big chats and stuff, and I had, I don't know, like 200 contacts. So the fact that I have to add all those people back, and obviously I got DDoS so many times because of this, right? But it's not just that. After the debate me and Keemstar had, he leaked my Skype again, and he did it this time intentionally. He intentionally leaked my Skype so hackers, DDoSers, just horrible people could get to my Skype, and basically that Skype's fucking long gone. I mean, that Skype's hacked, and that Skype had some business contacts on it. That was another Skype that had even more contacts, and I mean, what the fuck was he doing, man? And then I got DDoSed multiple times. My router almost got fried from him, right? And the worst thing went down last night. This is the worst moment of harassment. He literally tweeted at me multiple times telling me he was going to come to my house. Now keep in mind, he lives in Buffalo, I live in Long Island, so he literally lives like, I don't know, 7-8 hours away from me. So he told me that he was going to drive to my house. Okay, and he like was going insane. He uploaded some videos of like him telling me like, what are you gonna do when I come to your house, Scarce? What are you gonna do?
I just want to know, when I see Scarce face to face, when I come over to say hi and give him a high five, is he gonna laugh about what Nick said about my kid face to face? I don't think you're gonna laugh then, Scarce. I don't think there's gonna be any little chuckles. I don't think you're gonna be on the defense train and be like, oh, I defended her, I said it was wrong. Yeah, right after you laugh, bro. You're supposed to be my friend, all right? You're supposed to be my friend. You're not, you're fake. I'm gonna come say hi.
I didn't fucking do anything, bro. Like, why do you want to come to my house? And the worst part is he didn't want to come to my house. He sent me the address of my parents' house. I live in a dorm. He sent me the address of my parents' house. So he was going to fuck with my parents because I messed up on a tweet and accidentally, chuckled, even though I was defending his daughter nonstop in that video, just because I uncomfortably chuckled at how fucked up the situation was. He literally said he was going to come to my house, and it's like, oh my god.
This went back and forth for a little bit, but this is old info. That's last year. Let's move on to something more recent. Now, with these other ones, you could say they somewhat deserved it if you were a messed up person. Pyro talked some stuff on Keem, and Scarce partially chuckled while defending Keem's daughter. But this guy did something totally innocent. His name is Josh A, and all he did was share a meme about Keemstar.
So it all started whenever I tweeted a meme about Keemstar being cringy, surprise, surprise, and he actually responded to it, which is weird because I didn't even really tag him in the post. I just said the name Keemstar, I didn't add him, so I guess he was just looking himself up, and he responds saying, "Aren't you the kid that had me on one of your music tracks and thanks me for shout you out?" And yes, he was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was just like trolling him, and he responded, and I thought that was really cool. And then he helped me get partnered. Even though the partnering thing, it gave me a 40-60 split of income, and 10% of that went straight to Keem. So, I mean, it wasn't really that much of a help. But anyways, he calls me a bandwagon loser. So then he tweets out my personal Skype information, which also has my last name in it, which anybody can just find my Facebook now and contact me or my family. So it's fantastic, Keem. You really did a number on me.
He wasn't saying anything serious about Keemstar. It was a fucking meme. We all share memes. Hell, Keemstar himself is a meme. So this guy shares a fucking meme about Keemstar, and then fucking Keemstar leaks his information. Is this sounding really familiar? Gets him fucking doxxed. This guy has to change his Skype stuff now. He has to change his Facebook information because Keem just decided to be a total dick and release this shit. Now this guy does more videos on Keem, and then Keem realizes that when he's being blown up with hate, and this is during this bandwagon that's going on right now, Keem tries to fucking buy him off. He makes a sorry video for the guy, and then he tries to fucking pay him to delete the video.
And, 2, after he apologized, he DM'd me asking to have the video taken down. I told him no because the video showcases what little faith I have left in humanity, and, the fact that all these people would band together and support me while I expose this piece of shit for what he truly is. And at the end I mentioned, YouTube is also my job. The video was doing really well not because of Keemstar, but because of how big of a shit stain the guy is. So I essentially told him no, but because I mentioned money, he offered to pay to have the video taken down, which is truly a slimy thing to do.
Fuck that shit. Keem, you are fucking pathetic, trying to buy someone off. And this isn't the first time Keem has tried to wave around money to get shit to go away. He's offering $5,000 if you can find out what shit he talked on Grade A Under A and Leafy Is Here about. He's offering $5,000. So does it sound really that unlikely that he would offer to pay someone to delete videos about him? Hell, he would probably do this to everybody if it wasn't for the fact he was afraid of them exposing him. So Keem, you go around attacking multiple YouTubers, you talk shit on people, you tell people that you can end their careers in a second, you try to bribe people, you leak people's personal information, which is illegal. Aren't you a wonderful piece of shit? Is Stupid, a series that I really like doing, but I had to take a little bit of a hiatus from after the last 2 videos and how they were received. Now, you were wondering, why haven't you done this in 2 months? Well, after doing Santoro Is Stupid and Keemstar Is Stupid, I noticed something. I was picking apart videos and not so much the YouTubers. So it did kind of feel more like a commentary, and my Let's Watch YouTube series were also basically commentaries. So I said, forget it, I'm just gonna scrap it and make commentaries. So I have been doing that, mainly the 2-for-1 commentaries where I focus on one big YouTuber like my old Is Stupids would be. But now we're back and we're gonna do an Is Stupid on a franchise I've wanted to hit for a long time. So today's Is Stupid is gonna be on Five Nights at Freddy's. So stay tuned today on DHT. Five Nights at Freddy's, Scott Cawthon's indie horror game that took everybody by storm. Now, when it came to this series, I tried actively avoiding it for the longest time, feeling like it was too overhyped. But once I finally started watching Markiplier's playthrough of it, I liked the franchise. I was really into the first game. It's very simple in concept. You're a night guard trying to survive 5 nights at this pizzeria from hell, and that's just basically it. There was a little bit of lore hidden with the Golden Freddy suit, and that was it. You survive 5 nights, these animatronics are trying to kill you, you have a door, there's limited power, check the monitors, and it's just that simple. So when it came to making a sequel, because after it blew up on YouTube, you knew it was gonna get a sequel, what did they do? The exact same fucking thing. Literally, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 added hardly anything new. You get more cameras, basically the same animatronics, but just slightly different looking, and you get this new mask feature where you have to put this mask on to hide from an animatronic. And I always thought it was really stupid that you had to put on a mask to hide from the animatronic. It's like, oh yeah, he's wearing a guard suit, but he has a Freddy Fazbear face. I totally believe this guy is Freddy. It just seemed really dumb to me. And the music box mechanic added in that game was really shallow, and I just thought the second game wasn't too impressive as a sequel. It was just basically the stuff you got with the first game with some more settings, but this time they knew about the lore from the first game, so they popped in a lot more lore in this game. And Matt Pat from Game Theorist is already trying to figure out the lore of the games, and this is where the story just started blowing up. I'm not even gonna talk about the story here. The story is a problem all of its own. Just let me say right now, it makes utterly no sense. You can somewhat piece it together, but there's always a contradiction. There is always something that just outshines and makes it impossible. But let's move on to the third game. I'm sure the third game has to mix things up. How could you do another game and have it be exactly the same? The third game was just basically more of the same fucking shit you got from the first 2 games. Except for this time, you're in a horror attraction based off of the pizzeria. And there's only one real animatronic, which is Springtrap. Springtrap is a very interesting character on his own, and he might be the dreaded purple guy, the guy who went around killing all the children. But like I said, story convoluted, don't want to get into it. it. But yeah, he's the only real animatronic. The rest are hallucinations. Yes, to make this game somewhat different, they added in a ventilation system to where if you didn't keep track of it, then your room would start filling up with a gas and you would start to hallucinate. This was desperately trying to change up the gameplay, but it really didn't. It was just more of the exact same shit we got in the first games, and the only new animatronic was Springtrap. That's all they had to offer. In the second game, they had toy versions, which in themselves aren't that creative. It's literally the first animatronics, but done in a different style. The only new one the second game had to offer was the puppet, and now all the other ones are just hallucinations. They don't even show up in this. So this is a Freddy Fazbear game without Freddy Fazbear. But this game sums up the storyline, it closes it, everyone gets peace if you do the convoluted, stupid ass ending. Oh yeah, the Easter eggs in this game are fucking insane. You have to press tiles on a wall. It's insanity. I would shoot myself before I would figure out these puzzles. But yeah, if you figure out these puzzles because you're obviously fucking MacGyver, then you get the happy ending where all the spirits move on. Or do they? Because we have one more game to talk about, and then one more game that hasn't even come out yet to talk about. Then Five Nights at Freddy's 4 came out, and shockingly enough, it was trying to be different. In this game, you're playing as a kid in an unknown time period. Some people say 1984, some people say not. It doesn't really matter. Scott still isn't very good at explaining things, and I'm not gonna piece his breadcrumbs together to try to give you guys some bullshit storyline that'll be disproven in another 2 weeks. So yeah, this kid in the 80s, we'll just say it's the 80s for everyone's sanity's sake, is in his bedroom, and for some reason animatronics are trying to get him. Some people are saying that it represents a hospital, and I can see that. He's supposedly a victim from one of the animatronics attackings, and he's in a hospital, so he's basically hallucinating all of this, or it's just a dream. But you play as this kid, and you're trying to fight off these animatronics. Now, they introduced a lot of different mechanics. You could walk around, you could go door to door, you could shine a flashlight to scare away the animatronics. This game tried to be different. It really did. There's this hidden box that makes you wonder what's inside of it, and they had DLC. Yeah, I was shocked Five Nights at Freddy's didn't milk the hell out of DLC beforehand, but the DLC is actually good in this game, and it's free. It's Halloween DLC. They give you all new animatronics that are Halloween themed, and somewhat add on to the story that isn't canon, if Five Nights at Freddy's even has a canon to begin with. So yeah, despite Five Nights at Freddy's 4 being a mid-cool, prequel, whatever you want to call it, it was still a good game, and no one could deny that. It tried a bunch of new features. It was really trying to improve the Five Nights at Freddy's formula. But then Scott decided, I'm gonna do a bunch of crack when I make the next game, and we got Five Nights at Freddy's World. And this has to be what it is. There's no other explanation. You took a horror game where you're stuck in one room trying to get away from animatronics and lock them out of a room, and you decide to make an RPG game on it. How do these things connect at all? And yet again, like I said, not bringing up the storyline at all. You guys can bitch in the comments about the storyline. Not gonna touch on it. That's a whole bag of worms on itself. I would be here for hours explaining the lore of this. But yeah, the game wasn't finished. Scott tried to release it early. It was bad. He refunded it, so he's not a total scumbag, and he gave it away for free when it was done. But no matter what, this game was panned. A lot of people had issues with it. A lot of people didn't like it, and I thought, why the fuck even slap Freddy Fazbear's name on it? There's no fucking point to this, so I don't even want to count it as a Fazbear game, but some people say it connects to the lore, so it's a Fazbear game. And in my opinion, this one is the worst out of all of them. It fucking sucks. It just isn't fun at all. So now, because Scott knows that he just can't do this shit all the fucking time, he has to go back to the gameplay style that made him famous. He can't be making RPG games. No one fucking wants that. So now we're getting the sister location, and the sister location is supposedly canceled right now, but I know it's a fucking hoax. Everyone knows it's a hoax. Even the Five Nights at Freddy's fan base knows it's a hoax. And what do I think it's gonna be? Hopefully this game is gonna be free roam. I want full 360 free roam. I want to be able to walk around in this great environment. I would actually like it if this was a console release rather than a PC release, but I don't think we're gonna get that. I want this game to be something better than all of the previous Fazbear games. You had promise in Five Nights at Freddy's 4. Now all you have to do is finish that promise. And right now I'm pretty sure it's not gonna be anything too revolutionary. It's gonna be the same shit we got in Five Nights at Freddy's 4 4, 3, 2, and 1. It's just recycled character models, recycled story plots, just the same shit. Purple guy murdering a whole fucking elementary school full of children, stuffing them in animatronics. We're not gonna be getting anything new from this, but if you're excited for this, be excited for it. But I'm just saying, Five Nights at Freddy's is stupid. But that isn't even the worst of it. DeviantArt got a hold of it. And when DeviantArt gets a hold of something, there's a lot of porn. So the Freddy Fazbear community makes tons of porn. Not everybody, but there's a lot of horrible art. And you know me, I hate shipping, so it makes me want to puke. It makes me want to die. So yeah, there's a bunch of OCs, just about as many OCs as Sonic characters. You get these recolored characters like, this is Freddy Fazbear. He goes fast. Yeah, it just makes me want to die. So this fan base is only a few years old, and it's already getting up to the monumental success of the Bronies and the Sonic the Hedgehog community for making some cringy individuals. So yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's, it's stupid. The lack of originality in each sequel really just watered down the franchise. That weird RPG game is both confusing and odd, and I have no fucking clue what it is. Sister Location, we have no idea what the gameplay is going to be, and it's still just going to be a PC release. I doubt it's going to be a console release, and I don't think it's going to be anything too impressive. But hell, Scott could prove me wrong. He could really prove me wrong. But there's one reason why this game blew up, and that's the internet. And the internet is the stupidest thing out of all of these. And one day, I have to talk about how stupid the internet is. But for right now, I hope you enjoyed Five Nights at Freddy's Is Stupid. This is my first Is Stupid video in like 2 months, so I'm a little bit rusty. Let me get back into this. This is a humor series. I'm joking about this stuff. I don't legitimately hate Freddy Fazbear. I don't legitimately hate this franchise. This is just for parody. It's for fun. So before you get all SJW in the comments section, remember, I'm joking. I'm having fun. But yeah, for you guys who like this video, like it. If you really like it, share it. And if you want to be totally awesome and watch more content like this, then subscribe. I upload twice a week, and now we live stream twice a week too. Wednesdays and Sundays. So stay tuned for that. Sometimes there might be cancellations. Most of the time there won't be. If you want to be a producer and get benefits, go to my Patreon. I have tons of exclusive content for you guys. Go check that out. Thank you guys for the view, and bye. Now, I am saying this straight up front. This is a lot of the old news, but we are going to be looking at it from a perspective after the drama's over. So we're not going to be emotional with our arguments. We're not going to be all stupid spreading slander. We are only presenting the facts, and in the end, we are going to tell you our conclusion and why we think LeafyIsHere Is Stupid. So let's get into this video today on DHT. Now, my role in this is to point out the drama surrounding Leafy and talk about the multiple circumstances where he's proven that he is stupid. Okay, example 1, iDubbbz. iDubbbz made a content cop on LeafyIsHere, something we knew was going to happen for a long time. But the thing is, iDubbbz actually took it light on Leafy. He just joked around and made jabs at him not having a chin. What did Leafy do? Did he take this get out of jail free card and just avoid iDubbbz altogether like any smart person would do? No, he tried to attack iDubbbz and didn't even research when attacking him. Because one of his main arguments is that iDubbbz can't take drama because he's balding and because he made Slender Gangnam Style, which if you research before, iDubbbz has shaved his head bald completely before. He doesn't give a shit and has eaten his hair. And iDubbbz has mentioned Slenderman Gangnam Style and has talked about how he thought it was cringy and funny. So attacking iDubbbz, a very stupid thing to do. Meanwhile, he also cut down the length of his in-between slides like iDubbbz said he would, made backhanded insults like iDubbbz said he would, and just proved everything iDubbbz said he would try to do if he did a comeback. And because of this, iDubbbz had to do a part 2 to his content cop, something I haven't seen before, and had to completely destroy Leafy. So Leafy, you couldn't just avoid it, you had to go straight into the fire and get burned. Now example 2 is Nick from Hey Watch Your Mouth. Now, I will say I think Nick has some problems himself, and I think him trying to steer away from drama after that being what everyone subscribed to him for to begin with is a bad move, but we're not talking about Nick today. We're just talking about how Leafy affected him. First of all, Leafy came up to him after he made his commentary wars and suggested for Nick to make intros for him. He paid him very low prices, which was ridiculous because Leafy was already a humongous YouTuber and could have paid him more, but but Nick is in the wrong too for accepting the very low pay. Now, one thing that Leafy did which was really fucking shady is he uploaded Nick's intros on his second channel without telling him, didn't pay him extra for featuring his intro again, and still didn't do a shout out for just using his intro unedited on a whole different page. And I think that's fucked up. And another thing is he tried to talk Nick into making an H3 video when Nick had nothing to do with it, which is really slimy and underhanded. So he screwed him out of money when it's Nick's fault too for agreeing to such a stupid price. He didn't give Nick shoutouts even though Nick acts repeatedly for him, and he tried to get Nick to fight his own battles because he's a pussy. So that's all I have to say about Nick Hey Watch Your Mouth. I might talk about him one day. Our next YouTuber is Herotic. Now, Herotic made Leafy's avatar. You know, the photoshopped one with Leafy with the joints in his nose and the dinosaur suit. He edited that together for Leafy with hardly any credit given to him. Leafy would post it on Twitter, wouldn't even tag him. It's fucked up. But Leafy also ditched him on a 200,000 subscriber video that he was supposed to do on Herotic's page. And Herotic even later took time out of his day to record lines to appear in a Leafy video, and Leafy didn't even fucking use it. And yet again, Leafy tried to get him to do a video on H3, and I'm sure that won't be the last time I fucking say this because Leafy is a fucking coward. Rather than making H3 videos himself and dealing with his own drama, he had to try to get other YouTubers to do it for him. Fucking pathetic. Next is Pyrocynical. Pyrocynical and Leafy had a feud a while back, but they talked it out and they were supposedly friends after going on Drama Alert. But then later on in the year, we found out that H3 and Leafy were planning on taking down Pyrocynical, and it was a big drama. They said that they wanted to destroy him, just end him right there, even though Pyro had done nothing to these two YouTubers. Well, Leafy and Pyro talked it out again. They were supposedly friends, and then it turns out that Nick said that Leafy was talking shit on Pyro still, and guess why he dislikes Pyro? Guess what Pyro did? Did he run over Leafy's cat? What did he do? He makes videos similar to Leafy's videos. Leafy calls Pyro a flat-out ripoff, that he's stealing his style. Well, Leafy, newsflash, you didn't fucking invent commentaries. You haven't even perfected them, because rather than debunking someone's argument, you just make fun of them, and that's the fucking truth. You pick on the lowest fucking denominator people you can find. If you were really a commentator, you would find an argument that you could really pick apart. But no, you just keep going for this standard fucking easy ass targets. It's whatever, Leafy. I don't give a shit if you're a shit commentator. But don't fuck with other channels that just happen to be doing a style similar to you. You're not the only person that can do this style, you fucking idiot. And now on to the meme and previous target himself, Keemstar. Keemstar befriended Leafy and hung out with him quite a bit, and even did videos with Leafy in it. He invited Leafy on Drama Alert, which majorly helped Leafy become popular on YouTube. But when Keemstar was getting attacked, Leafy hopped straight on the Keemstar bandwagon. What Leafy said is that Leafy heard from 5 mysterious YouTubers that were never named that Keemstar was talking shit. But from Nick's video, it turns out that this was a business decision from Leafy to just hop on the Keemstar bandwagon. It wasn't 5 YouTubers talking shit, he just wanted to cash in like everybody else. And every time Keemstar tried to defend himself, Leafy would do another video ruining Keemstar's credibility. And he let his friend, Grade A Under A, get away with suggesting that Keemstar was possibly a pedophile. Now you can say this is a joke all you want to, but Grade A Under A and Leafy Is Here made this a thing. They set up these attacks on Keemstar. They could have just fucked off and mind their own business because they're supposed to be his friends, but instead they went at him hard and fucking destroyed him. These are what friends do to each other, isn't it, Leafy? You fucked over your friend like that. I hope you fucking enjoyed that ad revenue you got from fucking over one of your friends. And yes, I am aware that I did a Keemstar Exposed video, and yes, I am aware that I brought up the allegations against Keemstar being a pedophile. But here's the thing, I said they were allegations. I did not say straight up front that Keemstar was a pedophile. I said what he did was shifty. And I'm not Keemstar's friend, friend, nor do I even want to be, like Leafy was. So, my situation is much different than Leafy's when it came to Keemstar. And now, here's the worst one out of all of them, because Leafy didn't just hurt someone he disagreed with, he didn't just hurt a friend, he hurt a fan. YouTuber named Moobulated is an animator. He was a big fan of Leafy, and he asked Leafy if he could do an animated skit on the Mr. Black Darkness thing that happened with Leafy. Leafy said yes. Moobulated worked his ass off to make a 5-minute video. Leafy said that he needed it to be longer or else he couldn't use it. Not even considering how long it takes for someone to animate, and the fact that this is just going to Leafy. Moobulated isn't going to be making any money off of this. He put his hard work into this, but Leafy wanted it to be longer. He made it longer, and then Leafy didn't even use it. It sat there. It wasn't being used at all. Moobulated got really upset and decided to do a video calling out Leafy for not using it and for basically using him. Leafy then contacted Moobulated and said, "I'll use this if you delete the video you did on me." That's how fucking underhanded Leafy is. Rather than saying, "I'm sorry, I'll use this," it's, "I'll use it if you quit defaming me." That's how fucking sad Leafy is. So, he puts it up. He barely gives any credits. He doesn't throw in a shout out or anything. It's the same fucking shit he did with Nick. Same fucking shit he was doing with everyone. He probably put it on his second page too, knowing the fucking bastard. And then it turns out Moobulated made an outro for him. And he's like, "Oh fucking yeah, this'll work great." He never fucking uses it. And when it comes to animators, they put so much fucking time into just making a short animation. So this guy has literally wasted days upon days of his life making shit for Leafy. And Leafy fucked him over. Majorly fucked him over. So he didn't just fuck over a friend. He didn't just fuck over someone he disagreed with. He fucked over a fan. So Leafy is a lying, using fucking piece of shit. Now, can he improve? Yes he can. He can take all the criticisms given to him to heart and use that to improve his content. He could actually start paying the people who work for him more money so they can actually make a decent living doing what they're doing. He could take all this stuff and improve his page and become a better person from this. Or he could just keep doing the shit he's doing right now, not improve, and continue to be stupid. So, Leafy is here, you're stupid. Hello everybody, Dylan here. Now, I hadn't been able to do an Is Stupid myself in a while because I hadn't found a topic that got me mad enough. But today, I found something that's perfect for the picking. We're going to be talking about the Nintendo Switch. So stay tuned today on DHT. The Wii U was a failure. I think we can all say that without getting any criticism now. It did terribly. It was mediocre at best and a complete utter failure at worst. So let me ask you this, Nintendo, when it's time to design your new console that's gonna bring back the fans and bring back respect, why do you make it look like a Wii U? I mean seriously, if you just look at this thing when the Joy-Cons are attached to the gamepad, it looks just like a fucking Wii U. It's like, hey, we got the Wii U and we fixed it. We didn't want a fixed Wii U. We wanted something better than the Wii U. And I know some people are gonna be like, but the Switch is better than the Wii U. Let me continue. Let me continue to show you how similar these two are. One of the things that's said to have killed the Wii U is its weak launch. For like the whole first year, there was hardly any good games released for the Wii U, and as it went on, it still had hardly anything that wasn't a remake put onto it. There was hardly any reason to get a Wii U because the game library is weak compared to the Xbox One and the PS4. So you think that when it came to making this new console, Nintendo would have everything ready. A big launch title. Nope, unless you think their big launch title is 1-2 Switch, there is no games. They had Zelda Breath of the Wild, which you can also get on the Wii U, 1-2 Switch, and some other shovelware games. Way to go, Nintendo. Here's the question. If all your games aren't going to be ready till fall, why release it now? We want games to play on this console. I've been watching reviews of this, and one of the biggest complaints is, I love the Switch, I love how the Switch is designed, I want to keep playing it, but there's not enough games for it. Why did you wait all this time and then release a console that didn't have games made for it yet? You fucking stupid, Nintendo. Now, I know not everybody's gonna agree with me on this one, but I feel the Switch is gonna lack game variety. I noticed for Nintendo's past two consoles, the Wii U and the Wii, Nintendo has just been releasing the typical first-party games when it comes to coming up with new games to release for the console. What do I mean by this? We get a Mario Kart, a Smash Bros, a Zelda, your basic fucking cookie-cutter safe games that you know are gonna do well. Fucking Mario Party, they know these are gonna sell. Why not give us an Earthbound remake or a sequel? Why not give us a real Animal Crossing game and not just a bunch of fucking mini games? That would be good. Or here's my best example. Why don't you give us an F-Zero? Everyone loved F-Zero. Give us an F-Zero. I'll give the Wii U this. It had Star Fox. Their Star Fox game wasn't so great, but it still had Star Fox. You tried with that one game. Can you try to bring back some other games? I see that Nintendo chooses to bring back one fucking game franchise, and it's Blaster Master. If anybody actually remembers Blaster Master from the NES, comment down below, because you sure the fuck have a better memory than most people. My next point is, there's no virtual store games. Now, if you have a weak launch and you need something for someone to play, you could have just released anything from your library of games, Nintendo. You could have released GameCube games, Wii games, fucking all your NES and SNES classics. That would give people something to buy, something to play on the Switch. But no, you couldn't even be fucked to put up your virtual console. It's like, why should we wait? Why should we wait for Nintendo to get off their ass and fucking slowly add in these games when we know Nintendo has the power to just put them in right away? Do we have to wait for someone to make a soft mod so we can do Nintendo's job for them? Because it seems like that's the case. That was the case with the Wii, that was the case with the Wii U, and now it's the case with the Switch. Thank you, Nintendo, for making your hardware so easy to fucking hack that we can soft mod it so we can put the classic games in ourselves. Here's my final complaint about your games, Nintendo. 1-2 Switch. When it came to the Wii, we had Wii Sports. It was packed in, it showed us the gimmicks of the console, showed us how to play the console, and it was free with the console. 1-2 Switch does the same thing, but you have to pay full price for it. Why should I have to pay full price for a bunch of mini games that just show me how to work the console I just paid $300 for? Why would you make this a separate game? No one's gonna fucking want it. Like, we're gonna play it a couple times, get bored of it, then it's gonna sit on the fucking shelf. I'm not paying full price for a pack-in game. Nintendo, I hope that you make a variation of this console later that has it packed in with it, but right now, no, fuck this. I'm not paying full price for a fucking shovelware pack-in game. Now, say you need to charge your Switch, or you just want to put it on the TV because it looks better. You stick it into the loading dock, and what happens? Your screen gets scratched because Nintendo gave you a hunk of plastic that wasn't enforced with enough padding. Nintendo, what the fuck? The whole fucking gimmick of this console is that I can hook it into the dock and play it on the TV, and when I stick it into the dock, my screen gets scratched. Now, there's an easy solution to this. You can get a screen protector, but that isn't included with the console. You have to go to some electronics store, buy the screen protector, stick it on there, and you have to deal with a screen protector on your console at all times because Nintendo doesn't know how to design games. What the fuck, Nintendo? I hope you release a variation of the loading dock, because I like the idea of the loading dock that actually has padding on it, because this cheap hunk of plastic is gonna fucking ruin the console. Okay, you don't want to stick your console into the loading dock because it's gonna scratch your screen, so you decide that you're just gonna charge it with the charger port Nintendo put on the console, and you can still play it while it's charging. Well, Nintendo thought ahead of you. They put the charger port on the bottom of the fucking console, meaning that you can't sit the console up and play it while it's charging. You're forced to hold it while it's charging. So have fun in that stooped position just holding your console, because Nintendo's like, yeah, put it on the top so people can actually use the stupid little flimsy kickstand we gave them. Nah, we're gonna make it to where you have to use our loading dock that scratches it, or you have to hold your console in a weird way. Brilliant idea, Nintendo. But I'll give you a heads up. You thought to put an extra charger port on the console to where we can actually fucking charge the thing without your loading dock. So congrats for giving us another piece of shit to deal with. Now let's say you could overlook all this. The lack of variety, the lack of games, the charger report on the bottom. Your screen is scratched all the hell now. You just want to play the game. You just want to play the console. You turn your console on and it's one of the defective ones, so now you have to return it to Nintendo. Congrats, Nintendo. You couldn't even release a console without it beeping to high hell or the screen glitching out. These have been reported by tons of users, and hell, it's been reported so often that someone was able to make a compilation video. I'm gonna play a little segment of that compilation video, and I'm also gonna credit the guy who made the video in the description below. Go check out his original video to see everything that happened.
That is fucking loud.
Okay, let's play with the buttons. Let's play with the thingies. Oops, I went into the thing.
Whoa, did you go like way over?
Is this the wrong side?
Is this?
Do we have the wrong sides?
Oh, we do have the wrong. Okay, so it's very evident.
Oh, mine's stuck now.
Oh, mine's stuck too.
Oh, this is like cemented on now. My Nintendo Switch experience today?
You absolutely 100% need a screen protector on your Switch.
Terrible. It's really low quality. I was really surprised by how just cheap and flimsy the dock is. It's essentially just a little plastic box. I've gotten like a weird smudge already, a smudge mark from sliding it in and out of the dock.
Nintendo, release a fucking working console. I know not everybody's Switch is broken, but these are enough Switches to where you could think, huh, Nintendo had no fucking clue what they were doing this time. So after all these examples I showed you, I think I can confidently say the Nintendo Switch is stupid. I am a Sonic the Hedgehog YouTuber. I've been on YouTube for 3 years now, going on 4. I know what I'm talking about when I mention Sega, and I know what I'm talking about when I talk about Sonic. So today is going to be my part 1 on SEGA Is Stupid. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of people thinking I betrayed SEGA. There's going to be a lot of people wondering why I would do this, but if you wait to the end of the video, I'll give my motivations for this, and then you will know why I made this video. Now, for this first part, we're going to be talking about exclusively Sonic, and depending on how this video is received, and depending on how I can manage my time, I'll see if I can make the part 2. Part 2 will be on how SEGA handles all of its other properties. So let's get right into this today on DHT. Now, how I'm going to explain Sega's stupidity with Sonic the Hedgehog is, I'm going to be explaining all of Sonic's flops and why they flopped. I'm going to tell you the condensed truth of what happened to all these games, and just know I'm summarizing it. I'll be leaving videos in the description that do a much better job at explaining why these games flop. I'm going to be analyzing them, and I'm going to tell you guys the truth, and hopefully you can see why Sega is responsible for Sonic's downfall. Sega is responsible and always have been responsible for Sonic's decline. So let's start with Sonic Extreme. Now, Sonic Extreme, the reason why this game was canceled is because it couldn't meet the holiday deadline. Now, to explain to you what really went wrong with Sonic Extreme, I'm going to explain to you what went wrong with the Sega Saturn. The Sega Saturn was a weak console that could not handle 3D graphics, but unfortunately Nintendo and now new competitor Sony had 3D games that were premiering. So Sega decided that they wanted Sonic to jump to 3D on a console that wasn't meant for it, and to make things worse, Sega released the console early, meaning that this game would have to be rushed. Now, because this game console wasn't made to handle 3D graphics, a 3D Sonic game would be difficult to make, and during the development cycle, which was really long, multiple teams were juggled around to where they got branched off into smaller teams. The game's engine jumped multiple times, making development hell. The developers would work so hard that one had to go to the hospital and he almost died, and Sega didn't even let them finish the game because it didn't reach the deadline, and instead paid for the 16-bit game Sonic 3D Blast to be ported to the Sega Saturn to replace them. This is so fucked up. This game never even got to see the light of day because they couldn't reach Sega's deadline. That's a wonderful way to treat people. Really wonderful, Sega. Now, let's talk about the company that was hired to replace the Sonic Extreme team, Traveler's Tales. Now, Traveler's Tales had recently released a game for the Sega Genesis called Sonic 3D Blast. Dreamcast. This was a pseudo 3D game. It had tight controls. It was a little stiff. Sonic moved slowly, but for the Sega Genesis, the 3D was impressive and people mostly liked it. Now, what they were told to do was take this game and put it on the Saturn. They wanted a direct port. So the level design is the same, the controls are basically the same. The only thing they touched up on was the graphics and the special stages. This is really unfortunate because people were expecting a next-gen game. They were expecting Sonic's first 3D adventure, but instead they got a 16-bit game that was ported to a higher graded console, but it didn't really feel any different. This wasn't any better than the pseudo 3D games that we got in the early 90s. It wasn't what people wanted, it wasn't what people were expecting, and Traveler's Tales had a heavy burden with this because really this game was never meant to be on the Sega Saturn. It was just too much for this game to handle. And for that, Traveler's Tales took the hit on this. Now, because Sonic Team was working on a new Sonic game, Sega decided to hire Traveler's Tales again to work on a spin-off game while they stalled for time for the next big Sonic game. This game was called Sonic R. This was supposed to be a racing game that would be released for the Sega Saturn, and it was to compete with Mario Kart 64. Now, everything went wrong because this game was rushed to meet the holiday deadline yet again. Sega did not learn their lesson from before and decided to repeat their past mistakes. Because this game was cut, several features were cut with it. The weather control was cut, but would be added into the PC version later and all other versions. The battle mode was cut, which would be like Mario 64's battle mode where you'd be able to attack other characters, and the 4-person multiplayer was cut as well. And now there was only 2-person multiplayer despite the console having 4 controller ports. And because this game was rushed, it's a little floaty and it has finicky controls. Now, we can't guarantee that the controls would have been better if it was completed, but I'm sure that it would be slightly better than this. This game would go on to stain Traveler's Tales' reputation, and they didn't work with Sega again because of this. The Saturn would go on to be a big flop, and Sega decided to just give up all hope on it and put all their faith into the Sega Dreamcast. They actually released a good Sonic game for it as a launch, and they released another good Sonic game a few years later. But this wouldn't be enough. Sega had to throw in their hats and give up the console race, and they were reduced to being a third-party company. You think they would learn from this and that they would change and improve, but no, they did not. Let's continue with their first third-party game, Sonic Heroes. Now, Sonic Heroes is not a bad game. It's actually a really good game if you get the GameCube port. Now, what happened was that Sonic Team actually thought that they were going to be releasing this for the GameCube, so they specified it for that console, and they made it work for that console really well. But then Sega sprung on them at the last second that they would have to make this for PlayStation 2 and Xbox. So by porting it over, the controls were iffy on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox ports. But even if you get these other ports, it's still an alright game. It's just sometimes it's a little glitchy, sometimes it's a little finicky, and Sonic sometimes runs a little bit too fast and characters are a little bit too slippery in these other ports. But because yet again of Sega not knowing how to develop games and not informing their developers on what consoles they're making games for, this caused issues with this otherwise perfectly fine game. Now, I want you to remember what happened here with Heroes because it'll be relevant later on in this story. After Sonic Heroes, Sega would go on to release Shadow the Hedgehog, and that game was just seen as mediocre or alright at most. Sega decided that they needed to refresh the Sonic franchise, they needed to reboot it, and Sonic the Hedgehog 2006 was going to be this game. But unfortunately, at the beginning of the game's development, Yuji Naka decided to leave. This left the team directionless and they really didn't know what to do with the game. The game slowly went through development hell and it ended up having to be rushed to meet a holiday deadline. And because of this holiday deadline, they had to use a less polished build of the game. They had to release an older build of the game than what they were currently showing off because the build they had wouldn't port over the consoles well enough. So because of this, the game that we got was unfinished. Now, the final game compared to the early builds, the day and night cycles were cut. Originally in the game, you could stand around and you could see the clouds move by you and the sun set and it would turn day and night. This was a really cool feature, but unfortunately it had to be removed altogether due to the game totally switching builds. Sonic and Silver move slower in the new game because, yet again, this is an an earlier build of the game, so it's literally reducing in quality. Sonic's homing attack is also slower and it's missing frames. And certain character animations are missing as well, such as when Sonic is bouncing wall to wall. These frames are just completely missing. SEGA would not apologize for this game's existence for years, and they did not release multiple patches trying to fix this game despite the fact they could have done it. They just left this game as is, and to make up for the money lost, they would cut the budget of several games in the future, including Sonic the Hedgehog 4. So this was SEGA's biggest mistake up until this point, and this mistake still haunts them today. They did yet again, like they did before, release a game because of a holiday deadline, and they knew that this game was unfinished, and they decided to rush it out anyway. This is a practice we see SEGA doing many years in the future as well, so don't expect them to improve from here. After the release of Sonic 06, SEGA decided to pander to the fans to try to win back some love. Now I know there was other Sonic games released between 4, but I decided to focus on 4 because it's yet again another flawed game that I can talk about. Sonic 4 was trying to replicate the 16-bit games, but instead of just doing a straight 16-bit Sonic game, they decided to use a weird pseudo 2D 3D Sonic. The team they got to work on this was Dimps. Dimps had worked on plenty of 2D games before, that being the Advanced series and the Rush series. They knew how to make good Sonic games, and all of their Sonic games were great. So Dimps was not to blame. Dimps knows how to make games. But SEGA decided that they wanted it to be pseudo 3D, and they decided to have recycled levels and recycled gameplay. Because of this, because of the things SEGA asked Dimps to do, the game ended up being subpar. The momentum system was not exactly like the 16-bit games, and the momentum wasn't really built to match this Sonic, which is why Sonic can walk up walls, stick to stuff. It was just really awkward. The levels were all just rehashes from older Sonic games because SEGA was trying to pander to people. This game was not good, this game was terrible, and there was a familiar glitch that happened in this game. Ports of this game had a texture glitch. Sonic would be really shiny on both the Xbox 360 and the PlayStation version. This did not happen in the Wii version and the PC port. So this time I recommend people to get the Wii version because it actually looks half decent. Sonic looks like a shiny, weird, plastic mess in the Xbox version. Now, in the second game, SEGA would give the team more freedom, and we got new levels, we got a momentum built for this type of Sonic, and we got team-based gameplay. This game was really good. The only things that upset me about this game was that there was supposed to be a hint for a part 3, but due to budget cuts and poor ratings of the first game, they decided to not release a third one. So unfortunately, we didn't get Knuckles. This game gave us Tails, the third game would have gave us Knuckles, but no third game to be seen because SEGA decided this was Dimps' fault, and they decided to not give them another game. So despite Dimps making nothing but good Sonic games before, because of the request of SEGA, Dimps is now seen as a bad Sonic game maker, which is really not fair. And this type of treatment would go on for SEGA when they hire other companies to work for them in the future. So pay attention to what they did to both Traveler's Tales and Dimps. From 2009 and the 2010s onward, we would get nothing but good Sonic games. We got Sonic the Hedgehog 4 Part 2, we got Sonic Colors, we got Sonic Generations. So many good Sonic games were coming out, and they were really creating a new landscape for Sonic the Hedgehog altogether. This would all change in 2014 with the release of Sonic Boom. Now, Sonic Boom is a big mess, and when I have to talk about it, a lot of people are going to disagree with me, but this is just the truth. SEGA told Big Red Button at the last second that their game would be moved to an inferior hardware. They were instead told that it would be on a next-gen console. They did not know that they were working for the Wii U. This game was instead designed for either the Xbox One or the PS4. This game was not intended for the Wii U. That is the reason why this game is the way it is. They had to get it out of the CryEngine, and they had to move it over to an engine that would fit the Wii U. Also, this game's story and characters would be rearranged to match the Sonic cartoon show, the Sonic Boom show. This was not something Big Red Button was aware of until the last minute yet again. Now, the cut content was the graphics were downgraded because the game was moved to a Wii U friendly engine. The maps were shortened because of the same reason. Combos were removed from fighting so it'd be more simplistic and it wouldn't cause the game to lag. Characters were removed to fit the show's canon. The Chow were removed also to fit the show's canon. The physics also did not like the new hardware, so Sonic controls weird, the game lags, there's a lot of issues. This game had to hit the deadline, so it released as is, and it has plenty of glitches. Sega did release a patch for it, but it didn't really help. Unfortunately, Big Red Button had to take the blame on this, despite their developers being previous Naughty Dog employees, and the game looking good originally when it was working in the CryEngine. But because it released the way it was on the Wii U, Big Red Button tanked, they went bankrupt, and Sega just pushes the blame off on them despite Sega being the main reasons why this game flopped. Sega made them move to the Wii U. Sega made them downgrade the game. Sega doomed this project, and now we all just blame and laugh at Big Red Button. Sega is the real reason why this game tanked, and this is going to be important when I talk about the next and last game I want to complain about, that being Sonic Mania. Now, Sonic Mania is not a bad game. I'm not going to rip on Sonic Mania, but it has problems due to Sega yet again. And yes, I am blaming this completely on Sega. Christian Whitehead originally approached Sega, showing them the zone he had done, which was Studiopolis. He wanted all the zones to be original, but Sega decided to use rehashed levels from older games. Now, he ended up putting a good twist on this and changing up how it would work, adding in new gimmicks to these levels. Him and his team did really well trying to innovate this idea that Sega forced them to do. This did not end up like Dimps, but because of this, we only got 4 new levels. And the storyline also had to be scrapped to match with Sega's new Sonic Forces game. This game would instead have to be a prequel to Sonic Forces. Originally, the hard-boiled heavies were there to replace Eggman because Eggman was depressed. Now the hard-boiled heavies were created because of this Phantom Ruby, which somehow will tie in the Sonic Forces plot. This was yet again another change added by Sega. They didn't care that this was Whitehead and team's project, they just cared what suited them. Now, it's Sega's fault that we got rehashed levels, it's Sega's fault for the plot, and most importantly, it's Sega's fault for what happened next. The PC port was delayed for 2 weeks because of quality issues. When it finally released, it still had bugs, it still had glitches, and it had a new feature to where you had to be online to play it. This was a terrible move, and now Sega is acting like they have no idea about this, and they're trying to put the blame on Christian Whitehead and team for the game only playing online. This is not Whitehead's fault. They've even said it on Twitter that it's not their fault. Sega is trying to do just like they did to many other companies before, pin it on Whitehead so they can save face and then continue on without them. We can't let Sega doom another developer. This time it isn't just some other company. These are fans. These are Sonic fans who have worked their asses off for years making fan content for everyone. We cannot let Sega do this to them. We cannot let the public opinion be that Whitehead is to blame. Him and his team had nothing to do with this. As you can see, a lot of these problems are the same problems that previous Sonic games had. This is all Sega's meddling. This is all because of Sega. They are the ones that added in this online only feature. They did not think that this was gonna be a big deal. They did not think that people would notice this. And on their Steam page, it even didn't include this feature, and they're acting like this is just now a mistake. It is not a mistake. Sega lied to you. Sega lies a lot. Sega knows what they're doing. They are a corporation, and how do I know this? They had this same problem with Sonic Runners. Sonic Runners was discontinued, and because it was an online only game, they had to shut it down completely. Sonic Runners is gone. A new version of Sonic Runners is out, but we can no longer play the original because it was online only. Sega has dealt with online only before, and it hurt them negatively. Sega has dealt with all these other problems before, and it has hurt them negatively. Sega does not care. At the end of the day, if you look at Sega's record, you can see that they are okay with releasing terrible unfinished games. They are okay with sudden changes that screw over development of games. They are are okay with screwing over loyal developers like Dimps. They are totally okay with throwing Christian Whitehead and team under the bus. So I'm really hoping that you guys realize Christian Whitehead is not stupid. Sonic Mania is not stupid. SEGA is stupid. SEGA has had 20 years of this. They've had over 20 years of Sonic failing, and they do not realize why it's failing. It is not failing because of the developers. It is failing because of the main company of SEGA. They are the one rushing these games. They are the one putting these limitations on games. These are the people that are causing Sonic to be a bad franchise. The company that created Sonic is the same company that's responsible for his death. All these bad turns, all this mismanagement, it's always been SEGA. It's SEGA's fault that we don't even have a SEGA console anymore. These people are incompetent, out of touch, and they're money hungry. Do not doubt them. They just want sales. If they have to screw over people in the process, they will. So if you hear SEGA playing dumb to this, and if you hear SEGA trying to make up some lies, just know this scummy company has done some terrible things to some brilliant people. They have screwed over some really good games, and because of them, I have to say they're stupid. That's the reality of it. No matter how much I like SEGA, no matter how many good games it's made, no matter how much joy it's brought to my life, SEGA is stupid. And this is just one part. This is just one side of the story of SEGA. This is just what happened with Sonic. You can imagine what SEGA's done to its other franchises, to its other employees. Hello everybody, Dylan here from DHT. Sonic Forces has been out for over a month now, and I've actually got a hold of it myself. I've played it, I beat it, I waited for everyone else's reviews to be done, I waited for everyone to say what they had to say on the game, and now I finally decided my opinions on Sonic Forces. My opinion is Sonic Forces is stupid. Let's find out why today on DHT. Last year, SEGA announced 2 Sonic games. The games they announced were Sonic Mania and Sonic Forces. Sonic Mania was a 2D side-scroller game done by Christian Whitehead and team, and Forces was a 3D game done by Sonic team. Now, I knew the second I saw Mania, it was going to be the game that everybody had been hoping for, and that it would help save Sonic's reputation, but I was iffy on Forces. I knew Mania was going to steal a lot of the thunder from Forces, but I still tried to be hyped for it. I played along with SEGA's little games of guess who Infinite is and guess what the plot is. I did multiple theories on this. I even had an Infinite theory worked on for a while, but I ended up scrapping it just by loss of interest because I didn't really care who Infinite was. And that's just it. Everything SEGA was showing us made me more and more iffy on this game. When they showed off design for Infinite, I was iffy. When they showed off the create a character, I was hyped, but I was also iffy because that's even more gameplay styles that they would have to master to make this game good. When they announced Classic Sonic, I'm like, he's not really needed here, but I guess this will be like Generations 2. SEGA was hyping us up for months. They kept releasing little bits of music, little bits of information about this game. They were purposely hyping us up because they thought that this game was going to be what we wanted. Was it what we wanted? No. This game was not what anybody wanted. And I'm going to break down why this game just didn't work. First, we're going to talk about the plot, or should I say lack thereof a plot, because SEGA didn't give 2 shits about this story. This story starts off with Sonic running through Green Hill Zone like every other fucking Sonic game does nowadays, and Sonic notices the Green Hill Zone is being covered in sand, so he knows Eggman is up to this. He goes to investigate Eggman, and he is ambushed by numerous old villains. That includes Shadow, Chaos, Metal Sonic, and finally Zavok, a villain no one gives a shit about. And then we're introduced to Infinite, or Mephiles, or should I say Infinite, another villain you'll not care about, because we don't get any fucking motivation to what he's doing. We don't know who he is, or why he's here, and even when you play the free DLC, you still don't learn enough about him to actually care about this character. Eggman beats up Sonic, and then he sends Sonic to outer space for 6 months, and he takes over the world, because all the other Sonic characters are so useless they couldn't stop Eggman without Sonic. This includes Knuckles, who has mastery over Chaos control. I don't know how this happened, but Eggman apparently took over 99% of the world and committed mass genocide. And if you think Eggman's gonna get payback for that mass genocide, no one actually gives Eggman payback for that. Like, Eggman just killed a bunch of people and a bunch of animals, and he gets away with it at the end of this game. So yeah, you end up playing as your created character, you go save Sonic, you guys fist bump bump, you go fight Infinite a bunch of boring times, and you take back the Earth. That's literally the whole story. It's boring, it's bland, and it does nothing more exciting than a shitty Saturday morning cartoon. So, plot-wise, this is fucking useless. The only way that you could even like this plot, barely, is if you're in the Saturday morning cartoon shit, or if you read the IDW comics. And I gotta tell you guys this in advance. SEGA did not plan the IDW comics to be a thing, because IDW got a hold of the comic rights this summer. They could not have planned it for 4 years. Archie had the rights for most of those 4 years. This was improvised. They knew that we were gonna want something, and they decided to give us somewhat of a plot. If you read the comics, yeah, it does make the game a little bit better, but I feel like the game should give me the story, not the free fucking comic books. So SEGA, plot-wise, you really fucked up with this game. I would go more in depth with the plot, but you didn't bother writing a plot, so I'm just gonna end my complaints about the plot right here. So now let's move on to the characters. Was everybody in character? Was everyone written correctly? Yeah, for the modern Sonic games, all the characters seem to be acting like themselves, but that's the problem. This is taking place in a world where Eggman has taken over 99% of everything. Why are these characters acting like this? Shouldn't they be more emotionally distraught, especially because they literally thought Sonic died? Why are they still acting all happy and cheery? I mean, the most we get out of Amy is a frown. I thought Amy would be practically useless. I thought that she would be broken after Sonic left. I didn't expect her to be on her feet and responding so well. She doesn't even really show extreme happiness when it turns out that Sonic is okay, which is extremely strange for her. I don't know what the fuck is up with her. And they said Tails wasn't handling this too well, but they didn't really show it. All it showed was Tails trying to fix Omega. That doesn't really show me how he's handling Sonic. Also, Tails is completely fucking useless. They completely butcher him in this game. Remember in Sonic Adventure 1 where he fought off Chaos multiple times, or Sonic Adventure 2 where he helped fight against Eggman? Well, now he can't even fight against normal Chaos. Chaos in his base form scared Tails into not moving until classic Sonic, someone that's never even fought Chaos, beat him. When you are outranked by classic Sonic, Tails, you really need to rethink your life. Other than that, everyone else appeared to be in character. It's just no one was treating Eggman like the obvious threat he is. Sonic was still joking about Eggman and treating him like they're pals when Eggman has genocide the whole fucking planet. I know there's still plenty of Mobians alive, but Eggman has fucked up the planet enough to where he controls 99% of it, and he was blowing up cities on a regular. And if this is the same continuity where Gun was possibly America's government, whatever America is in Sonic's continuity, he completely destroyed their government. After all of this, Sonic is still treating him like he's baldy nose hair, and for that, I just don't know if I can even respect Sonic. For the create a character, you don't really get much of a character out of them. They just stand around. They do stuff, but they don't really say anything because they didn't want to think dialogue out for this character. So yeah, for everybody in this game, they're pretty much in character. Now you may be asking me, what about Classic Sonic? Classic Sonic doesn't say a thing, and he barely does a thing. I really wish he wouldn't have been in here because he didn't need to be here. He only popped in because of the end of Mania, and I really wish that they could have just stopped with that. Like Classic Sonic, I'm not even talking about gameplay yet, that's our next topic, but just even thinking about him instantly makes me think about how worthless he was in this game. If you could at least got Jaleel White, then that could have matched this Saturday morning cartoon writing. If you're gonna take influence from Sonic Sat AM, couldn't we get Jaleel White in this? I don't know why he isn't here, it's just fucked up. Eggman's in character, and then finally we get to Infinite, the big crybaby. His whole thing is he's upset because Shadow kicked him and then said he was worthless. So he has to prove himself to Shadow, making Infinite the biggest cuck around. Your whole motivation is Shadow made you look like a bitch, so you're gonna prove to him that you're not a bitch by playing edgy music and putting on a mask to hide your face. Way to go. You are no Mephiles. You are not even close. If there was some type of fucking cuck Sonic villain I could compare you to, then I would. Hell, you're not even on Snively levels. At least Snively is more competent than you. At least Snively doesn't get embarrassed as much as you. You are probably one of the most disappointing Sonic villains I've ever seen next to Zavik. One last thing I want to talk about before we switch over to gameplay, which is probably going to be the large majority of this video, is Silver the Hedgehog. In this game, we never find out if this is the Silver the Hedgehog from Sonic 06 or if this is the Silver the Hedgehog from Sonic Rivals. The reason why this is important is the Silver from Sonic Rivals ends up having a good future, meanwhile the one from 06 still had a bad future, as we could see in Generations. This is something that SEGA really needs to tell us about, and this is why a Sonic Historia or whatever you want to do would be a good idea. We need to know who's who and what's what, because I want to know if this Silver has experience with dealing with bad futures or if this Silver is inexperienced. We didn't get to learn anything about Silver. We didn't get to learn why he was here. The only thing that gets close to it is in the comics he said that he sensed an anomaly in the timeline and he came back here to stop a bad future from happening involving Eggman. That's it. That's the only thing we get from him. In every other plot Silver has been in, he has been the main focus, and him fixing the future was the main thing. But here it felt like Silver was just shoehorned into the plot because whenever there's a bad future, there has to be a Silver. And that's how I feel like all of the characters were in this game. They were stuck in this game because they were trying to replicate something else. Classic Sonic was here because they were trying to replicate the classic Sonic games. Fucking Silver is here because they wanted to replicate other good games with him in it. Fucking Infinite's here because they wanted to replicate Sonic 06 with Mephiles. They just wanted this game to be like so many other games, and they just completely failed because these characters weren't developed enough for us to care about them. So yeah, I'm done with characters. Let's move on to gameplay. Sonic Forces decided in this game to follow the tradition that every Sonic game has had since Sonic Unleashed, and that is having mixed gameplay. Having parts that are okay and then having parts that are just meh. And that's the best way to describe this. First, we're gonna start with the least terrible of them, Modern Sonic. Modern Sonic, you run straight ahead, it's really fun, I liked it a lot. There was no drifting, which didn't make sense because some of the levels required you to drift, and not having the drift felt really weird, and sometimes there were some deaths that I felt like wouldn't have happened if I could have drifted away from the fucking corner instead of falling straight off of it. So yeah, I would say add in a drift. For Classic Sonic, he just sucks. Even with the update that SEGA released for Classic Sonic, he still sucks. He doesn't build momentum properly, and he's too heavy. He drops like a rock. It feels like you were trying to replicate Classic Sonic from Sonic 1, and then trying to set up gameplay like it was in Generations. You can't have level design from Generations mixed with Classic Sonic from Sonic 1. There isn't enough room for Sonic to actually pick up speed, and that's the main reason why his gameplay sucks. They keep adding in tight little platforms, adding in short little jumps, when this Classic Sonic sucks at short jumps. I don't know who designed this level, but it was fucking terrible. A lot of his levels were just either straight, or they had boost pads to get him through it. And honestly, I feel like that's the laziest fucking way of designing a Sonic level. Because then it doesn't feel like you're playing the Sonic level, it feels like the game is just playing you. It feels like you're just tagging along with Sonic as he does things by himself. This is nowhere close to the quality that Mania brought us, and that's what's gonna happen. If you fucking put Classic Sonic in this game and give him the drop dash, people are gonna compare it to Mania. And the fact that you are nowhere close to being even near as good as Mania Classic Sonic shows that you just didn't know what you were doing here, SEGA. And finally, we're moving on to the Create a Character. The Create a Character, he was fun. He's like a mixture of Modern Sonic with some gadgets and guns of Shadow the Hedgehog and stuff from the adventure games. I really liked playing as the Create a Character. Some Wispins weren't so great, but mostly overall, they were all fun. Different play styles, you get access to different parts of the map with the Wispin you choose. It was all good. But the main problem with all three of these guys is the levels are too short. The second I start to get to enjoy the level, it ends. And that isn't how it should be. These levels need to be longer than 1 minute and 30 seconds. I get that you're moving fast, but this wasn't really a problem with other Sonic games. Even Sonic Generations and Sonic Lost World were longer, and these games came out years before this game. This game was in development for 4 years, and it doesn't seem like it. This seems like shit you would get from a demo, not shit that's in the final product. As soon as I'm starting to enjoy this game, it's over. And overall, my playthrough was like 4 hours long, 5 hours long. It should take me longer to finish this game. And yes, there are bonus missions and other stuff that you can do, but it's uninteresting and the level design is shit, especially in the Episode Shadow DLC. The Episode Shadow DLC is straight, bland, and generic, and I fucking hated every second of it. I only played it to get the story, and the story wasn't even worth it. So yeah, out of all all three of these playstyles, the best one is Modern Sonic, and the most interesting is the Create a Character, and the most disappointing is Classic. With the Create a Character, you get to unlock a bunch of cool, customizable costumes and stuff, and I really did enjoy that. But it can't make up for all of the ass that this game has behind it. All of the fucking shitty moments, all of the fucking terrible gameplay decisions. But if I had to decide, I would say that its gameplay is just generic. That's all I can say about it. It's not good, it's not bad, it's just meh. It's just a very meh game. And that's what I gotta say basically overall when it comes to this game. Sonic Forces, it got the rating it deserved. Some people are saying that it should be much worse and that you shouldn't pay $40 for it. Some people are saying that it's a classic and you should buy it for whatever price they decide to sell it at. I say Sonic Forces got the reputation it deserved. This game was in development for 4 years and it doesn't show. The graphics look nice, but the gameplay is generic, the plot is basic, the characters are bland and boring, and overall it's just a very underwhelming experience. I was expecting to have more things to rant about, and I really wanted to go on a tirade with this game, but it's just stupid. This game is just fucking stupid. And the main reason why I feel like it's stupid is SEGA hyped us for this. SEGA could have known that this game was just mediocre and just accepted it and just released it, but instead they chose to make us play guessing games. They chose to make us wait for this. They chose to keep releasing information to get us hyped about it. They were releasing information like every 2 weeks on this game. They chose to get us hyped so we would buy their game. And I really feel like that this game, it's worth it, but it also feels like it's not the next big Sonic game. And I'm gonna say this now. Out of the 2 games that released this year, Sonic Mania and Sonic Forces, Mania is the better game. And I really hope that Christian Whitehead and team get a lot more respect for their amazing game and are already promised a sequel, because they deserve it. And Sonic team, you need some major reform after this game, because I'm tired of you releasing mediocre shit and constantly ruining Sonic's name. So Sega, if you're really smart, if you really want to make some money and not be idiots, you'll side with Whitehead and you'll restructure Sonic team. Hello everybody, Dylan here. Now I know Is Stupid has been in hiatus for over half a year now, and I have good reasoning for that. When it comes to making Is Stupids, I only want to hit subjects I really know a lot about, and I want to hit subjects that are actually meaningful to me. I don't want to make a video on Jake Paul or Logan Paul, because I don't really know them, and I don't really care about them, and I would be faking the emotions I feel towards them. Instead, what I like to talk about are projects I have a personal attachment to. I actually like Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm a big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog, and I'm also an ex-big fan of today's topic, that being how YandereSim is stupid. Let's get into this today on DHT. Now, the first thing we need to discuss when talking about any video game is its main character. The main character is what you're going to use to market your brand and market your game to the general audiences. Sonic the Hedgehog has the cool blue hedgehog himself, Mario Brothers has Mario and Luigi, and Legend of Zelda has Link. These characters are important and people identify with these characters. So what type of character does YandereDev have? Well, that's just it. He doesn't really have an OC. He actually bought his characters from the Unity Store asset, AOI pack. And I think that's said right. I'm not a weeaboo, so I have no idea how to say it. It's AOI. So sorry if you get offended by how I pronounce it. I'm gonna say AOI. So he bought this AOI character pack and he just rips all the characters straight from it. He even rips some of the animations from it. So his main character, Yandere-chan, he doesn't even own her. He's slapping her face on t-shirts, he's slapping her face on merchandise, and he doesn't even own this character. He didn't change her up any. Legally, anybody can take this character and make merchandise of it if they made their own original artwork, because he doesn't own the asset. This is just a generic template that he slapped his name onto. But it's not just Yandere-chan that comes from this character pack. Senpai also comes from this character pack, aka the other main character he's gonna be selling merchandise of. And no, he didn't edit the character, he didn't change the character any. It's identical to the character in the pack. So the two characters that you're gonna be marketing to people and selling to people, you don't even legally own. Other assets that can be found in the game are student uniforms, including the club uniforms, the teachers' uniforms, certain poses that students make. Every student and teacher model has been edited from this pack. what do you actually own, YandereDev? I know that he says he's gonna change the models later on, but he has to keep a general look in order to keep the fans that he's gotten involved in the game. Like, if you all of a sudden change the art style drastically, the people who've been on since day one would get really appalled by that. You can't just change it up now. You've had these Unity Store assets for too long and people have already grown attached to them, and you don't even own them. You didn't even modify them too heavily. They look just like they were originally, and I'm talking about Yandere-chan and Senpai in particular, and the teachers. You're gonna need to do some heavy modifications before you can claim that these characters are your own. But the problem is, you've already made them your image. The worst thing is, this isn't even the first time he's done this. YandereDev's original game, Luna Scythe, also used Unity Store assets. He used these assets to make the game look way more complete than it actually was, when in reality the game was just a broken piece of shit. Or just bland and generic from what I've heard. I haven't actually played the game, and I don't even think you can play the game. And even if you could play the game, I'm not fucking paying money for that piece of shit. But he takes these Unity Store assets to make his games look more complete than they actually are, and to make it look like he can actually code. But in reality, he can't do shit, and he doesn't know how to do shit. He has to rely on volunteers to make assets for him, to make animations for him, and when he can't get assets from them, he even resorts to stealing assets. If you need proof to that, I'll give you some proof right now. YandereDev was actually caught stealing assets once, and the asset he stole was the fucking grass texture. The texture for the grass around the school. He couldn't even make grass. How inept are you to where you had to steal grass? All he did was poorly scribble out the artist's name, like he colored over it. And the artist, Doug Clayton, did not give permission. He told YandereDev to remove it, and now it has been removed. But I really doubt the grass that's there now was designed by YandereDev, because he can't design. He can't draw for shit. He can't edit for shit. The only thing he can do is code decently. And we'll get more about his coding as we continue on in this video. You don't have to be a technical wizard to know that YandereDev has no fucking clue when it comes to coding. His codes are so terrible that every time he updates the game, it causes numerous amounts of glitches, when if you actually had a sleeker code, you could just add in updates with little bit of glitches, minimum glitches. But YandereDev refuses to update his coding skills. You need an example of this? Well, a couple months back, about maybe a year ago, YandereDev wanted to port YardereSim to a new engine, and he told his fans that if he had to port the game over himself, then it would take a lot of time and he'd have to quit working on the game, quit adding in updates, and just focus on porting it because he's incompetent. Luckily, someone from TinyBuild stepped in and helped him move the game over while he continued to make meaningless updates full of Easter eggs and shit no one cares about. Well, when it got moved over, the codes were actually improved, and when YandereDev saw the new codes, he actually couldn't understand it. So what did he do? Did he ask the guy, hey, explain to me how this code works so I can understand this and make the game better? No. He instead fired the guy and changed the code back to a code he could understand, aka making the game slightly more shitty than what the guy from TinyBuild had done for him. But he still took that work that the guy from TinyBuild did and accepted that it's been ported to a new engine. And as far as I know, he didn't even thank the guy, he just booted him out. So that just shows how grateful YandereDev can be. Once you're useless, he kicks you aside. I've got a serious question to ask you, YandereDev, if you are watching this video, which I doubt you are, and if you are, you're probably gonna strike me, so fuck you. But my serious question is, what are you gonna do if this game goes another 4 years of development? It won't be able to run on the same engine it's running on now, and you don't know how to port it to another engine. And even if you did want to port it to another engine, you're clueless to how the coding works to do so, or you would have to stop coding whatever project you're working on at the time. So I want to know what happens. Are you going to keep it on an inferior engine, or are you going to stop everything you're doing just to port it over when you could have had sleeker codes that would have made it easier to port to another engine? Or are you going to get someone to do it for you? Because I really doubt they're going to after they see your track record of dealing with people who want to help you. But YandereDev isn't just terrible to the people who help him code the game, he's also terrible to the people who support the game. Once upon a time, YandereDev had a presence comments on 4chan. And if you know anything about 4chan, you can see what's gonna happen here. Well, he would post his updates there, and one day he just randomly left. The reason why he left was, he said 4chan offered him no helpful criticism, and they were just being mean to him, because they were criticizing the fact that he was adding in pointless Easter eggs and useless updates and references to YouTubers and anime rather than coding Osana or doing anything useful. He kept adding in more and more features he would see other games doing instead of working on the core development of the game. And he took this as people attacking him. He didn't see this as criticism for him to learn from. He saw it as attacking. And he said when he goes on Reddit, he doesn't get this. When he goes on Tumblr, he doesn't get this, so he's just gonna leave 4chan. This just shows that when you're criticizing YandereDev, you're walking on eggshells, and at any moment, anything you say could just make the man crack, and when he cracks, he really fucking breaks. He's also abusive to his supporters, people who send him emails that he finds to be useless or annoying. He's even made a character that represents this part of the fan base. That character is Midori. And if you actually watch his videos, you can see numerous times where he talks down to her, just shits on her, and even has Yandere-chan, his OC, brutally murder her. This is what he thinks of his fans. This is what he thinks of people that annoy him, even slightly. This just shows how he treats what he deems as useless criticism. At this point in the video, would you even be shocked if I said that he fucks over the volunteers that work for him, aka the people who aren't even necessarily getting paid? I'm gonna give you two little stories about the people that he fucked over. There's probably more out there, but I think these two are enough to just get the point across. First, we are gonna talk about Makia Sozos. Now, if that's not her name, if that's not how you pronounce it, I'm sorry. Her name is weird. It's Maika Sozos. Like, it's a weird name. It's uncommon. I'm sorry if you're offended by me fucking up your name. But she drew art of Midori slapping Yandere-chan, and YandereDev ended up using this artwork. Now, the problem isn't that he used the artwork. The problem is that he used this artwork without crediting her after she quit being a volunteer for him. So he didn't credit her, and she had already quit being a volunteer for him. So he doesn't even care. He doesn't care if you work for him or not. He's going to use whatever he wants of yours, and if he can't get you to agree to it, he's just going to do it anyway and not credit you, like he did with the grass texture and like he did here. But would you be shocked? Would you be shocked if I said that the second situation is even worse? The second situation I'm going to be talking about is Dilek Golo. The second situation is Dilek The second situation is Dilek Golo, and that's a really hard name to say. I fucking hate his name. I'm only going to say it that one time. Who, after disagreeing with him and how the game was going, he decided to step down from the company. He decided to step down as being a producer. Well, YandereDev wouldn't just admit defeat and tell him farewell. Instead, he sent him this email. I'm going to leave this email on the screen. Let it hover around for a minute. You guys can read it. And as you guys can tell from this email, rather than just bidding him farewell and say sorry for disagreeing, he instead had to brag about being a degenerate and tell him that he will find someone who is as big of a degenerate as him to replace him, showing that all the volunteers are expendable. If you have a disagreement with YandereDev, he won't care to just replace you. You mean nothing to him. Your volunteer time means nothing to him. You are just an asset that is being used to help him make his game. Now, I know what you might be thinking to yourself. Maybe YandereDev was just trolling this person. Maybe he wasn't serious. Maybe he doesn't plan on adding such degenerate things to the game, and maybe the guy was just overhyping it. Now, I would be willing to say that, yeah, this is something that's possible. If it wasn't for YandereDev telling us one of the features he had planned to have in the game, which basically confirms what this guy was saying to be true. YandereDev would later go on Reddit and tell one of the original missions that was going to be in the game that might be removed. It still could be in there. He said that he's still willing to think about it, so just know it, this isn't even necessarily gone. It was where you work for a delinquent's brother who is into organized crime, and your job is to record yourself killing students, which they will use to make snuff films, get organs from students, which they will sell on the black market, or take students, which they will use to sell into the sex trafficking ring. And by the way, these are high school students. These are high school students you're selling on the black market, which is very sketchy and very deviant behavior. And I know what you're saying, Dylan. YandereDev says that all the characters are 18 unless stated otherwise. Well, that's maybe good for you. That might be a good enough reason for you, but even if they are 18, it's still really fucked that there's gonna be a mission where you kidnap young girls and sell them into sex trafficking rings. Like, that's pretty fucked. It's one thing to kill someone in a video game. It's another thing to sell them for sex. It's a whole nother situation. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, Dylan, why do you think that this is still possible? Well, the delinquents are still in the game, and he's still building up the delinquents, so that's still something that could happen. And another thing he's still planning on adding to the game is the Yakuza. In case you don't know what the Yakuza is, they're an organized gang in Japan. And some of the things they deal in is drugs, organ trafficking, and yes, sex trafficking. So there's still a really high likelihood that YandereDev could work this into the game. All the elements are still there for him to put this storyline into effect. And if you still need more proof that this is a thing that he wants to do, you can even go all the way back to look at his previous game, Luna Scythe, like I mentioned earlier. In the description of that game, it also mentions sex trafficking. So for some reason, YandereDev is really focused on this element. He's really focused on this thing. Maybe he has a fetish for it, and he really wants it to be in every project he works in because he's a sexual deviant. So up until this point, we've talked about how YandereDev can't make his own assets. He can hardly code his own game. If he needs to port it to a better engine later on, he probably won't even know how to do that. And if he does, it'll take months on end just to do that simple process. We've talked about how he abuses his supporters, how he abuses the people who work for him, and his critics. And if all of this hasn't convinced you that this project is doomed, maybe this will. I'm gonna read to you the original plans that Yandere Simulator was supposed to follow. The schedule that they were supposed to meet as of 2017. Let's read this right now. So as we can see, it says, does this game have a development roadmap? Here's the current plan. January 1st, 2017. Have all the core game mechanics implemented. Have one rival fully implemented. January 2017 to April 2017. Refine the gameplay as much as possible. Fix all critical bugs. Evolve from debug sandbox to free demo. The demo should represent the feel of the final game. April 2nd, 2017. Launch Kickstarter. Ask for enough money to hire professionals to develop a high quality assets for Yandere Simulator, because yet again he doesn't know how to. April 2017 to April 2018. Implement all rival girls. Hopefully each girl will take about 1 month to implement. 1 month to implement. Keep a note on that one. April 2018 to January 2019. Implement all other gameplay modes, 1980s mode, endless mode, and custom mode. January 2019 to April 2019. Refine the gameplay as much as possible, fix all critical bugs. And finally, April 2019, launch the game. We are 4 years into development, and he is still deciding what characters are going to be in the story and what the plot is going to be. We are 4 years into development, and we still don't have a single rival. Something that he estimated would take a month to implement has been worked on for 2 years, that being the first rival, Osana. It is 2018 and we still don't have Osana, and chances are we won't have Osana by the beginning of 2019. If it took him 2 years to implement one rival, how many years do you think it's going to take him to implement all the other rivals? And even if he does just reuse her coding to make all the other rivals, do you think they're going to be interesting? Do you think they're actually going to be as developed as her? I really don't think so. And he plans on making the demo available after the first rival is out. As we can see, the game is nowhere close to be put into a demo state. Even if he does get her out this year, I wouldn't say that this game is ready to be a demo. Not to mention, he wants to make a 1980s mode, which is actually gonna follow Yandere-chan's mom, and it's gonna be a whole nother game in of itself, which it really should either be DLC or he should release it as a separate game altogether. Now, I know it's gonna use YandereSim's code, its engine, everything, but that's still a whole new cast of characters he has to program for, design new models for, come up with new missions, get the audio for the characters. It's just a whole nother game he has to develop. Meanwhile, he's barely developed the YandereSim game, and he still plans on having other extra modes when he still hasn't fully developed this game. I would say focus everything on Yandere Simulator. Don't do the Easter eggs, don't do anything else until you get Osana in the game. That's my advice to you, Yandere dev. I would say that this is a passion project. Passion projects usually spend years in development hell, and when they finally do get released, they are nowhere close to what the original creators expected them to be. They're either mediocre or downright terrible. On the mediocre side, we can bring up the movie The Thief and the Cobbler. This movie was worked on from 1964 to 1993, and through its development, several of the people who worked on the movie died, and the movie had to be picked up by a completely different company and released by a completely different company because the artist went so over budget they couldn't actually afford to work on the movie any further. And they had to do a recut of the movie because the cut that the other company did was so poorly received and was nowhere close to the original artist's intentions that the fans demanded for a re-release. So Thief and the Cobbler, that was seen as a mediocre one. But now on the downright terrible side, we can talk about Duke Nukem Forever, which was worked on 1997 to 2011. And when this game finally came out, it was panned by critics, panned by fans of the game, and it was just a downright mess. Both of these projects had creators just like Yandere Dev. They took full control over the project, they slowed down the development for decades, and then when it was finally released, they were nowhere close to what the creators intended it to be. YandereSim is in its 4th year of development, meaning that it's almost half a decade old. I followed the game this far into production, and sadly, I'm not going to stick around for the next 5 years. Will the game succeed? Will it fail? I don't know, and I don't care. The only thing I will say about this game is Yandere Simulator is stupid. Another Smash Bros was announced, and despite us getting every single character we could ever ask for, there's still one more character that everyone's demanding for. Who is this character, you may ask? This character is Waluigi, and today we are going to be talking about why Waluigi being in Smash Bros is stupid. So, let's get into this today on DHT. Like I said earlier, everyone who's ever been in Smash Bros is coming back for this new game. They've even added Daisy as her own character and Ridley as his own character. They've done so much fan service in this game to make everyone happy, but yet there's still one group of people that are upset. That is the Waluigi fanboys. And if you are shocked that Waluigi has a fan base, I was too. I really didn't expect Waluigi of all Mario characters to have a fan base, but he does. He actually has a really big fan base, and it's insane. Now, the real question is, why should Waluigi get in this game? The way that I see it is, with all future Smash Bros. Characters, they should meet 2 criteria. They should come from a recognizable franchise, and they should have unique moves that make them different from other Smash Bros. Characters. We have plenty of characters already in the games, meaning that we have to be a little bit more picky with who we choose. We don't want another Sonic the Hedgehog clone. We don't want another swordsman. We don't want a generic brawler. They have to have unique attributes. Well, let's look at Waluigi first of all. He's not from the main Mario series. He's not from the Wario Land series. He's not even from WarioWare. He is from spin-off games. He's been in tennis, but so has every other Mario character. He's been in golf, along with every other Mario character, and all of the other party games and spin-off games that have Mario's name attached to it. Meaning that if we were to give him any unique moveset, that moveset could just be given to a different character. Why should Waluigi get a tennis club if Daisy doesn't, or Mario doesn't? Why would Waluigi get to dance when Mario doesn't get to dance? Waluigi has nothing unique to him because he's never starred in his own game. He's never even been the sidekick in his own game. He's just been the sidekick to a lower tier character in party spin-off games. There's no realistic way to implement Waluigi, and even if we did, overall he would just be a generic Mario clone. We already have Dr. Mario, we already have Luigi, and hell, even to some extent we have Wario. Do we really need another Mario clone in Smash Bros? You really gotta think to yourself, why would we put Waluigi in the game when we could put in so many better characters? Would you rather have Waluigi in Smash or Crash Bandicoot? Would you rather have Waluigi or Banjo-Kazooie? Would you rather have Waluigi or Spyro the Dragon? For most sane people, I'm sure you didn't pick Waluigi. Waluigi would be a waste of a character slot, and if we're getting anyone else that's new, it shouldn't be him. Waluigi has the exact role he deserves in this game. He is an assist trophy, because overall, that's the only thing he needs to be. He's a background support character from spin-off party games. He doesn't deserve to have his own character slot when there are better characters that we can put in the game. And on to my final point, don't go harassing the people that are working on this game. They've been making this game for years and they've thrown in everything you could ever want and even tweaked the gameplay style so people that like Melee can really get into this game. I would really hate for all that to be fucked up by a couple retards whining on Twitter that they didn't get Waluigi of all things in Smash Bros. How about you consider yourself lucky and do like everyone else is gonna do and just mod Waluigi into the game if you really want him. He doesn't have to be officially put in the game for you to play him, and I'm sure that it's not ruining the experience by you having to mod him in. But at the end of the day, you can do whatever the fuck you want to. I'm not your dad. I just made this video to get my opinion out there and tell everyone why I think Waluigi being in Smash Bros would be stupid. I love Dragon Ball. When I was a child, I started watching the original Dragon Ball anime, and as an adult, I've moved on to Dragon Ball Super. And of course, this love for Dragon Ball has moved over to YouTube. Now on YouTube, there are so many Dragon Ball content creators that they have their own genres. Some, for example, being the parody channels like Team 4-Star and their series Dragon Ball Z Abridged. There are the analysis channels like Geekdom 101, and of course, what is more relevant to today's topic, the fan animators and the fan animations, two of them being Dragon Ball Multiverse and Dragon Ball Absalon. Now I know there are more genres in this, I'm just mentioning the ones that are relevant to today's topic, that being the YouTuber MaSTAR Media and how he is stupid. Let's get into this today on DHT. Now for those of you who don't know who MaSTAR Media is, he is a Dragon Ball YouTuber who has over 1 million subscribers. Now I'm not bringing this up because I'm jealous of him, I'm just mentioning it so you can add it up in your head to see just how ridiculous this whole drama has been. And this drama has been going on for over a year. This stuff is still continuing to this day, and it started up over a year ago. Now, in case you guys don't know, the thing that made MaSTAR Media famous is his series Anime War, his quote-unquote original animated series Anime War. Now, to summarize the plot of this show, it takes all your favorite anime characters and has them go into a slap fight. Now, what's the motivation for this? I have no clue really, and it's not because I didn't pay attention to the show, it's because there's really no narrative to the show. We go straight into the fight scene, and then we have a bunch of people just running around punching the shit out of each other, and we hardly ever get any explanations to what's actually going on. MaSTAR Media is not a guy who writes detailed plots, instead he just draws fight scenes and gives vague explanations to why the guys are fighting to begin with. We don't know really why all this stuff is happening, it's just happening, accept it. They even get new transformations out of nowhere that has nothing to do with the canon of the properties that are being transformed. They have new villains that come out of nowhere with hardly any explanation. It's just a real mess of a show, and it would take multiple videos for me to describe the whole plot of Anime War. But that's not relevant. I'm not going to be talking about the lore and the plot of Anime War. The person I'm wanting to talk about is the guy who made Anime War, and why it is such a mess of a show. If you choose to watch this show, one of the first things you'll notice is that it's in Japanese. Well, this is not a real Japanese dub. Instead, what MaSTAR Media does is he takes clips from the anime that he is referencing, cuts up their audio from the actual anime, and then splices it together to try to make it sound like what they're saying. Really, it's just a bunch of nonsense. It's not even a real dub. Here's a clip from Totally Not Mark where he actually got someone to translate the Japanese lines that were being spoken in the show and then bring it into English. I'm only gonna play a bit of this and then I'll link Totally Not Mark's video so you can go watch it yourself. It's just really fucking ridiculous.
You disgusting, uncultured tramp! I don't give a fuck about those guys.
Do you know the existence of the Super Saiyan God? I kind of have some business with the Saiyans over there.
Whoa! What is that key? I don't even have enough power to pick my nose!
Ah! Unintelligible audio! We couldn't figure out the meaning of this one! Hire some damn voice actors, you cheapskate!
So even if you know Japanese, you can't actually follow the plot. But thank God there are English subtitles so we can actually figure out what's going on and what people are saying. I would say that if it wasn't for the fact that his subs were riddled with poor grammar and typos. So the subs suck, the dub is stolen, how could this get any worse? Well, the dub isn't the only thing that MaSTAR Media stole when making this show. He actually stole a lot of the animation from the anime that he is referencing. Sometimes he'll trace over stills and recolor them, but most of the time he'll straight up lift fight scenes from other anime and slap them into his own. You don't believe me? Well, luckily there's a YouTuber named Clothespin who has done side-by-side comparisons of Anime War versus the actual scenes he stole them from. I'm going to play some of his clips right now, and you can decide for yourself. Remember, the channel that did all this research is Clothespin, and his channel will also be linked in the description below. Now these are not just accusations. MaSTAR Media himself has confirmed that he does trace fight scenes so he can produce his animations more quickly. He ended up admitting this after people started looking into him over a year ago and began making exposed videos on him. So let's play the clip of him confessing to this.
Why I trace? There's two primary reasons, but first of all let me say that I don't always trace. I don't trace everything. I don't need to trace, as seen from all the various speed paint and speed art videos that I've done and live streams where I've drawn things from scratch. That's why most animators, it takes them, 6 months to a year to come out with a really good solid animation.
But MaSTAR Media was not going to take this sitting down, and he chose to do the thing that most big YouTubers choose to do when people are exposing them, that being false striking and false reporting videos. Some examples of people who have been striked by MaSTAR Media are Totally Not Mark, Aaron W. Gamer, and the mentioned before Clothespin. Now here's a clip from Aaron Gamer's video talking about this.
After I made it clear that my video fell under fair use, you can see how desperate he became when he realized I was right. Look at how he goes from condescending to overwhelmingly reasonable as soon as he realizes he fucked up. He told me that he'd remove the strike if I deleted the video and never made a negative video about him again. That's a direct abuse of YouTube's copyright system, and your account should be removed. More importantly, how about you actually respond to my points next time, instead of trying to censor me like a coward?
I find it extremely funny that a man whose channel solely exists because the companies he's stealing from haven't struck him down yet would push his luck by striking down channels that actually fall under fair use for stealing his already stolen content. Now this is a whole new level of irony. Now we know he isn't friendly to YouTubers who call him out, but maybe he's nice to his fellow peers in the Dragon Ball community on YouTube.
Geekdom thinks he's the fucking overlord of Dragon Ball. Like, Geekdom's content is fucking ass. I'm sorry. All he does is search websites and Twitter and forums to be the first person to release Dragon Ball news. But if you ever watch his actual videos, they're fucking ass. Alright, all he does is talk. Like, I can't even fucking watch 30 seconds of one of his videos. I have tried. I have never been able to make it past 1 minute of any of his videos.
Or maybe not. Maybe he's just a complete asshole to everyone, regardless if they're critiquing him or if they're in the exact same community as him. Now, there is more to this drama. This drama's been going on for over a year. I could go on for hours talking about every mean thing he said to anybody online. I could bring up clips of him insulting his fan base, other people's fan bases, and insulting the the Dragon Ball community overall. But I don't feel like I am the king of morality, so I don't feel like it's really relevant to the topic at hand. The way that I see it is, I've already played every clip I needed to come to the conclusion that MaSTAR Media is stupid. So if you want to make your own videos talking in depth about all the other fucked up things this man has done on YouTube, you go ahead and do that. I've talked about everything I was interested in. And MaSTAR Media, if you choose to strike down my video, I would love to take you to court over this. I would love to take you to court and see just how much they agree with you. I'm sure that they would agree that everything that you've been making is totally your content, and this wouldn't result in a bunch of Japanese companies suing the shit out of you for being a stupid idiot online. Hello everybody, Dylan here. Now this is the first Is Stupid of the year, and I bet you guys are probably expecting something big. You're probably expecting me to cover some big drama like the Matt Pat stuff, or cover Monkey Jones getting kicked off of YouTube, but no. I decided to go more back to my roots with This Is Stupid. Maybe I'll cover that other stuff later. But for this one, I just want to cover a series that I saw and I'm like, wow, that's kind of dumb. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be nitpicking, so if you are a fan of this series, you can leave your angry comments down below. I just had a lot of issues with it, and I just really wanted to talk about it. So, let's get into this today on DHT. Now, the first things I want to talk about is the quality of the show. Now, my first complaint is a very minor one, and that is, why did you call it Dragon Ball Devastation? Now, I know what you're saying. Devastation isn't a bad title. It's about Zamasu destroying the Earth. So yes, it's Devastation. But my complaint is, why did you put a 10 in Devastation? I can only assume it's to look cool. Maybe this is me being dumb because I don't get the reference. It just seems weird, and it's like kind of like in the 2000s where you'd put a Z instead of an S, or Mortal Kombat's K instead of a C. It just seems really weird to me. Now, my second complaint is a more serious one, and that is voice acting. Now, the voice acting for practically every character is bad, and it varies between episodes. By episode 3, a lot of it got better, but Vegeta is definitely the worst out of all of them. Vegeta is really fucking terrible. He has like an echoey mic that sounds worse than my mic and sounds worse than anybody I have on my channel. And I just really need him fixed. He is the biggest complaint there. Also, the guy who played Goku in episode 1 in Goku Black, he kind of sounds like that Sonic guy that does 3D animations. I'm really curious if that's him.
They just announced those teasers like, what, last week?
It feels so familiar. I guess I've met it before?
It just seemed really weird to me. He does kind of sound like him. So yeah, voice acting is really bad, but Vegeta's the one you have to fix right away, or else I really just can't enjoy the show. Another thing I can't enjoy about the show is the giant watermark. Now, I get why you put a watermark on here. You don't want someone stealing your work. You don't want someone taking credit for the stuff that you've done. You don't want your stuff being used in AMVs without credit to you. And I think you can do this. I've seen it done before and done better. I would say go look at the Dragon Ball Absalon show. Dragon Ball Absalon does the watermark better. Like the watermark's at the top of the screen or at the bottom of the screen, and it doesn't take up a bunch of room, but you know it's there. And if someone wants to crop it out, they're going to be losing quite a bit of animation, but it doesn't draw away from the animation like your watermark does. So yeah, I would say replace the watermark because that's an actual problem. Now, another problem I have is the English is a bit off. Either you keep typoing in the script, or this script was in a different language and it's being translated to English. Either way, I would say check your scripts over, because it's weird when I hear characters use improper grammar. And for the people who are reading over the scripts, I'm sure English is your first language. If you see a typo or something, correct it. Don't just read the typo like it is. That is possibly the worst thing that you can do in any scenario, is just read the typo the way it's written. Call it out to the author, get him to fix it. Another thing I have to complain about is the plot holes. Now, there are some major plot holes in this. I'm going to be pointing out 2. If you can think of any more, then tell me. But these are things that contradict the original source material. When you're doing a fan project, one of the things that you want to try to do is follow the laws of the original continuity. You want to follow everything that is set in place, and this animation does not do that. Now, one of the biggest plot holes here is the time travel shenanigans that goes on. Now, the thing that happens is that this is a new timeline where Zamasu, before getting killed by Beerus, ends up not being killed by Beerus in a separate timeline, and ends up erasing both Beerus and Whis, and now he's teaming up with other Zamasus to take over the world. Now, the reason why this is dumb is because when Whis used his temporal do-over, it doesn't create another timeline. So these events should not be happening. This timeline shouldn't exist because Whis' temporal do-over is given to him by the gods, and it prevents creating timelines. So it doesn't make any sense that there would be another timeline where this events could even play out to begin with. And now here's the second plot hole, and this one's a really big one too. Goku and friends gathered the Dragon Balls, the Earth Dragon Balls, Shenron's Dragon Balls, and wished back Whis and Beerus. Now, first of all, that's not possible. Shenron has a power limit. Shenron can't do a lot of things. Shenron couldn't kill the Saiyans when they were arriving to Earth. Shenron couldn't kill Frieza. Shenron can't wish back Goku because Goku doesn't want to be wished back and he's powerful enough to be immune to Shenron. That's the rules of Dragon Ball. That's the rules of the Dragon Balls. Hence why sometimes they have to go get other Dragon Balls. The Namekian Dragon Balls are stronger than the Earth Dragon Balls, and the Super Dragon Balls are stronger than the Namekian ones. You cannot wish back Beerus and Whis on the Earth Dragon Balls. The Earth Dragon Balls, even with Dende's upgrade, are not even close to being powerful enough to make this wish. If they went and got the Super Dragon Balls, I would believe this, but they didn't. So I don't know how this even happened. I don't know how they can come back. And in some scenarios where Shenron does a really powerful wish, he ends up having to only grant one wish, and Goku ends up wishing twice. So not only does he grant a wish that's way out of his power limit, he also grants a second wish right afterwards. So either Shenron's become immensely powerful, or this is a big plot hole. And now here's yet again some more complaints. Overall, this felt like really bad fan fiction. Now, you may be asking yourself, why does it feel like bad fan fiction? Well, let me tell you why I think it's bad fan fiction. I think that this author really liked Zamasu. Zamasu is on the logo of this series, and the whole plot revolves around Zamasu. In the original Dragon Ball Super, there were two Zamasus, and they were causing trouble all throughout future Trunks' timeline. So, when you bring back Zamasu and make him a threat in this new canon, quote unquote, what do? You make 3 Zamasus, because if 2 was bad, 3 is gonna be even worse. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just redundant and really stupid, but whatever. And now another problem I have is with the character Naru, and a lot of these problems are going to be about Naru, because Naru is an OC. Naru is possibly a Mary Sue. Naru is overpowered in this story. When Goku first sees him, he instantly sees the potential in Naru, even though Naru is just a normal human. Now, you could say that Oob is a normal human and Goku saw potential in him, but I would argue that no. Oob is the reincarnation of Kid Buu, meaning that he has a higher potential than any other human. As far as we've seen humans get to is like Krillin's level, and Krillin isn't even that strong. Or hell, you could argue Tien or Master Roshi, but even then, they're not too strong compared to fucking Goku. But yet Goku thinks that Naru stands a chance against Goku Black, who is a god Goku, an evil god Goku, another Goku Black, who is a more experienced evil god Goku, and the newly acquired Vegeta Black, who is an evil god Vegeta. So he thinks that this normal fucking human stands a chance against 3 godly Saiyans who are bent on killing all of humanity. I would say no, but because he is a fan character and possibly the author's self-insert, he actually does stand a chance. Another common thing that happens when you have a self-insert character is everyone will notice them, everyone will praise them. In this one, everyone is being affected by Naru's power. Naru can read people's mind and call upon memories from people, and everyone is taking notice of this. He's read Vegeta's Vegeta's mind. He's read Goku Black's mind. He just has his ability for no reason at all. And it just comes out of nowhere, and it's just such a weird power. Is he Bardock? Did he get stung by a dying alien who granted him the power to read minds? I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait for that one. But adding on to his Mary Sue-ness, I would say that he is a ripoff of Future Trunks. Now you may be asking me, how is he a ripoff of Future Trunks? Well, I would say that he dresses like Future Trunks with the black t-shirt and pants. I would say that he sounds like Future Trunks. He is probably one of the better voice acting jobs in this show. And I would even say that his hair looks like Future Trunks' super hair, but this is just a regular human with black hair. If you compare the two, they look really similar. If you compare the two, they sound very similar. Another complaint I have about Naru is his memory loss. Not only have we seen this plotline done better in both Shadow the Hedgehog and Wolverine before him, but this just makes him a blank slate so the author can put himself into that character and you can put yourself into that character. It seems like a very poor way of character development, and the whole show is just going to be revolving around him getting his memory back and finding out who he is and us finding out why he's so overpowered. It just seems really dumb, and it seems like really bad fan fiction. That's really what I want to sum up with the complaints of this. This just feels like really bad fan fiction. Have you guys ever seen that Dorkly skit involving Brian? I'll play a clip of it right now and tell me if it seems similar to what we're watching now.
Prepare to die, fool! Impossible!
Brian's here! We're saved! Sorry I'm late, Father. What? But I thought Brian's dad was a boring accountant!
No! He is secretly half Namek! That's why human acne cream has no effect on him!
You're Brian? No! But Jason McNally says you have a baby dick!
That was before he fused with Goku and grew pubes! That's right! My bush is way thicker than Jason McNally's now.
Now, not everything about this show is terrible. This show did some things right. The first thing I want to praise about this show is the animation. Unlike the last Dragon Ball fan animation we talked about, this one isn't traced. It's all done in CGI, and it's actually pretty good. I really like it. There's some really cool effects like the petals falling in the Zamasu scenes, and the fight scenes are actually well choreographed. I like a lot of the animation in this show. And another thing I like is the fact that Vegeta is from another timeline, the Vegeta Black. They could have easily just made it be this version of Vegeta being possessed by Goku Black, but instead they mentioned that there's a bunch of unknown timelines, and that does work with the original canon because there was a bunch of rings that were not talked about. So really, that one could be possible for the Dragon Ball Super timeline. And the last thing I want to say is that it's been uploading consistently. There's been an episode every few weeks, and I think that's really good. The animation is top notch, and to see it come out so consistently is actually a really good thing. Now, there's a lot of things you can complain about this show. I could keep nitpicking it for minutes upon minutes upon minutes, but overall, it's really not too terrible. And I know it seems kind of anticlimactic because the Is Stupids are usually about something big, about something ridiculous, but you know what? I think because this is just weird fan fiction, and it's probably gonna keep being weird fan fiction, I have the right to say that it's stupid. Hey guys, Dylan here, and after 2 long years, I have decided to do a part 2 to YandereSim Is Stupid. You guys may be wondering what happened to all my other Yandere Simulator videos besides the original one. I decided to private them because Yandere Dev is on a striking spree, something that I'll talk about more at the end of the video, and I don't want him to have more videos to strike. So those videos are gone. There wasn't much going on with them anyway, and hopefully you guys will enjoy what I have to say here. If you guys haven't watched a part 1 yet, I would advise you to go back and watch that because I'm not going to summarize it or anything. We're just going to continue with the modern day stuff. So if you guys aren't caught up on who Alex is or all the wacky shit he did or why his game isn't going to work, go check out the first video. That's where I sum up all that stuff. So the first thing I want to talk about is the game made by Alex himself, and that game is YandereSim. And we took a good look at Yandere Simulator last time, so we're just going to do a little update on Yandere Simulator. We're going to look at every big thing they added since we last covered it. They added a bunch of clubs, the photography club, the science club, just a bunch of club members, added in a shit ton of students that made the school lag all to hell. He did a bunch of drama videos, which I'm sure helped everyone. I'm sure that's what we needed more of. He added an intro cutscene and a different intro cutscene. He tried to add in a little town and a maid job for Yandere-chan, and it didn't work, and it was just a giant waste of time. It literally went nowhere, and I don't think it's ever coming back. So he wasted unknown hours doing that worthless thing. He tried to add in a bunch of stuff about joining the delinquent gang, and that was pointless. That isn't gonna go anywhere. And then finally, he added in snap mode. And snap mode is nothing. All snap mode does is rip off the fucking Friday the 13th video game and has you run around fucking punching through people like you're fucking Jason Voorhees. Because, you know, once upon a time, this was just a normal school child. Now, instead, it's some type of otherworldly being capable of punching through people's guts, but then also needs to resort to stabbing people with a tiny knife. So, whatever. There isn't a lot of development done on the game. The game isn't that far in development. And 2 years later, and I'm sure everyone is shocked, there is no Osana. Osana is still not in the game. So, yeah, I was right. I don't think we're ever going to get Osana in the game. And now, just as a little game, we are going to look at how Yandere Simulator looked like the last time I reviewed it, the last time I talked about it, compared to now. I'm going to let this clip play, showing off the school and what it looked like in 2018. And now we're going to look at what the school looks like in 2019, which is not too far off from where we're at now. They look practically identical, so I couldn't find a lot without commentary. As you can tell, like, a weird filter has been added. He added a couple of trees, he changed some of the textures, and he added, like, outlines to everyone and made it look like they're cel-shaded. It looks fucking hideous, and I hate it. Like, look at the color contrast between the two. The other game looked better. That's sad. And all these students, they all hurtle together. They all clump up, and I'm sure it's making the game lag to hell. The game really doesn't have much added to it. In fact, it seems like a lot of shit is taken away, because he's afraid of people exploiting the game, because he doesn't know how to fucking code it. And now there's just students roaming everywhere, so doing basic killing isn't even easy anymore. It's like almost impossible to kill somebody. It's really, really fucking lame. Now, one of the other things I had predicted would happen last time is that people would just go and buy the same assets that Yandere Dev did and make their own Yandere simulators. And that ended up happening. There was quite a few mobile Yandere Simulator games. I'm going to play some clips from those so you can see how these are. And this is proof of Yandere Dev's incompetency. You see those T-posing students? Let's fast forward that a little bit. Oh fuck yeah, this Yandere-chan has a motorcycle. You know what? This one's actually kind of better. This one's actually better than the Yandere simulator he's working on. Holy shit, she has a gun too. You know what? I was gonna shit on this game, but this game's actually kind of better. So yeah, that one's called High School Simulator. And then this other game came out called Yandere School. Let's take a look at that. It's all the same premise. It's all the same type of shit. The other one actually used the assets. This one's trying to be its own thing in appearance, but it still just rips off the premise of Yandere Simulator. And then finally we have this mobile game, Sarah's School Life, that is also just using the exact same models from Yandere Simulator. It is an attempt to make a mobile Yandere Simulator game, but with a different character and different cast. But it's the same type of shit. People are literally going out and buying the assets or just straight up making similar assets to make their own knockoff games. And that is going to be the main focus of what we are talking about today. Now, our first subject that we are going to be talking about is Epic Meal Dev. Epic Meal Dev is one of the people who decided that they were going to make their own Yandere Simulator game. They took the advice that I had in the last video saying that anybody can make a Yandere Simulator game. If Alex isn't going to finish it, you should. And he decided to make his own Yandere Simulator-esque game. So we're going to go over there and look at that, and then we're going to see what happened and how Yandere Dev reacted. This is his game called Watashi no Mono. And I know I probably said that wrong, but oh well. This is what the game looked like when it was first being developed. Yeah, this is an earlier build of the game right here. It's a very basic game. Originally, when it started out, it looked just like Yandere Simulator. At this point, they were starting to change some of the stuff. It's the same type of game, though. And then, for some reason, he decided to completely rebuild it from the ground up and changed everything, and it looked like this. And people were really hyped for this game. People were really excited for this game. People wanted to see more of Epic Meal Dev. They were considering him to be the new Yandere Dev. And when people considered him to be the new Yandere Dev wasn't going to take that sitting down. So Yandere Dev actually ended up reaching out to this man, and they ended up having a disagreement in the DMs. These DMs are now leaked, so we are going to look them over. Epic Meal Dev says, I took people's suggestion. That doesn't mean I'm incompetent or bad at anything. Yandere Dev ends up responding with, I don't know what to tell you. It's like I'm speaking to people who come from two completely different realities. In one reality, your game is a sham. In the other reality, your game is a genuine attempt at a game. I'm really shocked that you would tell someone that their game is a sham right to their face and expect them to like you. What I do know is that people feel justified in attacking me, or lose faith in me, or withdraw financial support from me. And that has nothing to do with his game. People were already leaving him well before this. He's been doing this shit for years. This game came out, and it didn't affect him at all. This game didn't hurt him any more than he was already being hurt by his own negative reputation. He's just trying to pin it all on Epic Meal Dev. Epic Meal Dev was just making a competitor game. He wasn't trying to ruin Yandere Dev. Yandere Dev is losing support because he's an asshole. That's the truth of it. Or withdraw financial support for me because they believe that your game is proof that I could be doing my job faster, which you could be. You could be finished with the game by now if you actually put your fucking all into it, but you refuse to ask for help. You refuse to accept help. At this point, you need to really just evaluate what you're doing. But from what I hear, your game is held together with bubblegum and band-aids. Look who's talking. Your fucking game is held together with else ifs, and you're telling people how to run their game? I bet you his game was more competently put together than yours. Like, seriously, throwing rocks when you're in a glass house. That's what you're doing right now. And you've even had to reboot development from scratch. At this point, that's what I would recommend you to do with how terrible your game is. So if I make a video saying, guys, I don't have enough income, and the response is, you don't deserve income, your game is proof, then I have to follow up and explain why your game isn't an example of a well-developed game. And it would suck for me to have to do that, since I hate drama, which is a lie, and discussing other games, which is a lie. So if you came clean to your audience, then there wouldn't be an ugly, messy situation for me to have to deal with. He's telling that guy to fucking tell his audience that he sucks. That's literally what YandereDev wants of him. So in short, you're asking me to go to my entire community and say, hey guys, my game was fake the entire time. My coding's bad and I'm starting from scratch because the game is trash in general. Sorry, you can leave the fan base now. And YandereDev responds with, yes, because that's my understanding of the situation, and it would be nothing short of honesty, what the fuck, and transparency to admit that to your audience. What a fucking asshole. What a complete fucking piece of shit. The irony isn't lost on me. It's possible that I have an entirely incorrect understanding of the situation. Maybe the volunteers and ex-volunteers I spoke with were exaggerating or mistaken, which that's ironic for you to fucking say, because I can interview a shit ton of people that worked for you that would say a lot worse, YandereDev Alex. I've been told that X is 2, which is why I've drawn the conclusion that X plus X is 4. Oh, shut the fuck up. Maybe I've been misinformed about X. Oh, you pretentious fuck. What I do know is when people attack me, mistreat me, abuse me, harass me, their justification is Watashi no Moto. You're working on a project that negatively impacts my well-being. No, it isn't. It's a competitor to your game. If it negatively impacts you, it's because you're not doing enough work on your own game. You shouldn't tell this man to quit because you can't fucking step up to him. And when I ask, can you please tell people in your YouTube comments to not be shitty towards me, you won't even agree to do something like that. Something that simple, that basic, that humane, trying to appeal to his emotions there. And he already had lettering on the videos showing the game off saying this is a fan game. It is not meant to replace Yandere Simulator and shit like that. So he's already bending over backwards for Dev. Now Dev just wants him to let his dick up his ass. Epic Meal Dev says, you're literally asking someone else to take down their hard work to better your hard work. That's not basic and humane. And he's right. That's 100% right. Fucking YandereDev is completely out of order asking for something like that. It is completely ridiculous to expect shit like that. But this isn't where it ends. This isn't where it ends at all. I'm going to show you what happened to this project, Epic Meal Dev. This is his YouTube channel, and the only video that's left in the description of the video, it says, hello everyone. I'm sure that you're all anticipating whether or not I'll be continuing the project. Today, and he puts the date, I have made a decision. But before that, I'd like to explain what Watashi no Mono originally was and where it went wrong. My game was originally just a fun project that I was going to do where the game would be like Yandere Simulator, except the rivals are me and my friends' characters rather than my own designs. It was never supposed to become a complicated game at all. It was just something that would be enjoyable for me and my friends and I only uploaded the first progress video to show off to my friends. I was a small YouTuber and I didn't expect anyone to catch on to the project. It got more and more exciting to work on something that many people enjoy. However, not all the attention was positive, especially because of Yandere Simulator drama going around. People started putting my game on a pedestal above Yandere Simulator. However, that was never the case to begin with. It was just a simple project that I never had any real programming experience before it, neither did YandereDev. However, Watashi no Mono was not a fake game, but a genuine attempt at one. Over time, the expectations got higher and higher because the attention coming from people who didn't like Yandere Simulator, rather than people who enjoyed the project by itself. Eventually, I lost interest in the Yandere genre entirely, which I don't know if that could be counted as a genre, but whatever. There's a lot of gameplay flaws that a game like that would create, which is true. It always seemed like a flawed concept, and the game would just be boring with the way it had been executed. I'd like to make my own games with concepts that I enjoy, and games that people can appreciate without needing to hate another game. Competition is fine, but this got out of hand. I'm sure a lot of people have been anticipating the return of Watashi no Mono, but I am no longer interested in staying in the Yandere Simulator community. He left the community because of Yandere Dev. What the fuck? And I have no plans in returning. This was not an easy decision, but I am leaving the project and I hope you can respect my decision. I'm very happy that I've gotten to this point and this amount of support, and I'd like to thank every single person who volunteered on the game and decided to support my project financially. Thank you for taking interest in Watashi no Mono. So the game is done. The game is done. He gave up on it. Yandere Dev called it a sham. He called it a fake game. And he shit all over this man and made him no longer want to continue it. After all that, what do you think Yandere Dev thinks about all this? Well, let's read. Let's read what he has to say. This is on his debunk page. Yandere Dev threatened a competitor to stop developing his game. In short, no I didn't. This is an event that occurred in 2019 to save this developer from too much humiliation. I don't want to say his name. A developer started uploading videos to YouTube of a game that was supposedly developing. A lot of people felt justified in harassing me or dropping their support for me because they were tricked into believing that this developer was creating a superior game and was doing it faster than me. Wow, that's gonna sound familiar soon. However, he was not actually developing a real video game. He was just creating footage for YouTube to give the impression that a game was under development, which is a lie. I seen the fucking game play. It may have not had a lot to it, but it was still a game. That's not how that works, Yandere Dev. You're a fucking liar. He was a con man. That is straight up slander. Actually, it'd be libel, but it's lying. You can get sued for this type of shit. A scam artist. What the fuck? I learned this from his former partners who abandoned his project. So now you're just gonna fucking smear him like this? Like, what the actual fuck? I'm sure a lot of people will say that about you when your project fucking burns. When they realize that he had simply been using them to make his scam look like a legitimate video game. Because his fake game project was having a lot of negative consequences for me and my real game. I confronted him and told him that he should stop being dishonest and confess the truth. I explained that if he kept tricking people into believing that Yandere Simulator was being surpassed by a new game project, I would eventually have to make a video defending my project by explaining the truth that his game was not actually a real game at all. Which I could make the same fucking type of argument about your game. Your collection of mini-games surrounded upon stolen assets. But was an illusion created for the sake of YouTube videos. Cough, 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 looks at your Patreon. This was not a threat, but was a simple factual state of affairs. Later in 2020, another developer, I'll leave that. I'll leave that aside because we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. So talking about this other developer, before I spoiled it, we're gonna go on to the next Yandere Simulator game. This is called Love Letter, and originally it was being called Lovesick. And the name Lovesick was a reference to Yandere Simulator. It's had a Lovesick feature for a while that doesn't really do anything. So yeah, he decided to make his own game, and he was gonna call it Lovesick, Dr. Apis. And Yandere Dev got very upset. And the main thing that really, really, really upset him is the fact that people kept telling him that this game was made in 2 weeks. The fact that he could make what Yandere Dev did in years, in 2 weeks, really upset Yandere Dev. Someone messaged him on Discord saying 2 weeks, and he responded, "They didn't actually make a better game in 2 weeks. They used my work as a base instead of starting from scratch. They are also using assets that were created specifically for Yandere Simulator," which I don't know if that's true, but I know the models aren't made specifically for Yandere Simulator, which they do not have permission to use. They don't have to deal with non-stop harassment and abuse. That's entirely on you being a dick to people. So they get to work without constant interruptions, unlike me. You don't have to fucking listen to anyone. You choose to interact with them. That doesn't work. They gain the advantage by ripping off a pre-existing game instead of making something original like I did. Yes, your fucking Persona Hitman is so fucking original. So original that you even told people that it's Persona Hitman. Wow, the fucking balls on this man. Now, let's transition over. We're gonna go look at this game. We're gonna go to Dr. Apus's channel and take a look at this game. This is Dr. Apus's channel right here, and this is Lovesick. This is the original trailer showcasing the game. You can see that he actually did get fucking YandereDev's shitty city to work. His shitty little street corner, he got that to work. He implemented the money idea and got that to work. He has more stores than YandereDev had. He has better looking students than YandereDev had because he's actually better at editing them. And the game actually runs better. And when you talk to people, it zooms in on their face so you can actually look like you're talking to a real human being. There are so many small things that this game had to improve upon Yandere Simulator. But when YandereDev called him out for not being original, he actually took that and ended up going to remake everything. Completely different fonts, completely different type of money system, and he's even remaking all the characters. This is a clip from the game that's being developed right now. This is from the new updated build. Let's take a look at it. So that's his new character, Bo-chan. He's actually replacing everything, and I'm really excited to see what this game is going to become. Now, since you've seen the game and know who this guy is, let's go and read the interactions that YandereDev has had with him, because I'm sure that's the part that you're most interested in. This is the first post that YandereDev made about Apus. We're going to read this aloud. I'm sure you guys are going to love this. Someone recreated Yandere Simulator in less than 2 weeks. In short, no, that isn't true. I love how all of this is just no. Every time he addresses anything, it's no. No, it's not true. That's a lie. It's never, yeah, that happened. Over the course of Yandere Simulator's development, countless people have said, I can do better than YandereDev, and they have, and started developing similar projects. All these projects lasted a few months, which is a lie. Fucking Watashi no Mono lasted 2 years almost. Sometimes weeks. Sometimes only days before collapsing. That is straight up a lie. It is extremely... He's trying to discredit this person. He's trying to discredit this person before they even do anything, so people won't fucking support them and will continue supporting him. It's just his money-grabbing scheme. It is extremely easy to use the Unity engine to quickly produce a simple game prototype that is specifically resembles Yandere Simulator. Maybe because Yandere Simulator is that. It's something you easily put together in fucking Unity, and anyone can put it together in just, even less time than you. You're a retard who took years to build this in Unity. I'm sure it only takes other people a couple weeks to do it, to quickly replicate the surface-level aspects of Yandere Simulator, such as schoolgirl walking around a school, and student turns into ragdoll after being stabbed. These beginner-level tasks that anyone can access the Unity engine can do without any effort. Wow, way to make the first year of your fucking development look like it was for nothing. When someone says, I recreated Yandere Simulator in 2 weeks, what they are actually saying is that they copy-pasted a bunch of my game's assets into a Unity project, then made a character walk around in a school environment, creating a flimsy illusion, which illusion is the same thing he said to the other guy who was making a game. What a weird bit of deja vu that they are developing a game. And sadly, they are actually people who are gullible enough to fall for that illusion. The situation is actually pretty ridiculous. Needless to say, it's a problem for me. If thousands of people are tricked into believing that it's possible to recreate all of Yandere Simulator in 2 weeks, even though these imitation games don't even have 10% of Yandere Simulator's functionality. Yandere Simulator doesn't have 10% of functionality. It can barely even keep a solid frame rate. I wouldn't be bragging about its functionality. It's a depressing and demotivating set of circumstances to be in. Fucking finish your game then. Aside from that, it's worth mentioning that anyone building a Yandere Simulator clone, which it can't be a clone if your game isn't even done yet, using assets ripped from Yandere Simulator is treading in very dangerous legal territory. I'm sure you have this thing that's not even finished legally copyrighted. I'm sure you're actually on top of this shit. You're gonna copyright all these characters that you don't even own. The fucking senpai is literally just the default male with like a different hair color from the fucking pack that you bought on the Unity store. The fucking Yandere-chan is literally just the basic bitch that you fucking colored her hair black instead of blue. Like, you don't get to talk about legal shit. First, it must be mentioned that anyone can purchase the Unity store models and use the models to make a game. There's no legal problem with that. Anyone can go to the Unity store and purchase AOE character model and gain the legal right to use that model in a video game. Yes, people have done that quite a bit now. However, if a developer rips the character models from Yandere Simulator and starts using these models to build a game, they are violating the law because they obtained the character models illegally without paying for them, which you don't know if he did or didn't pay for them, you're assuming. From what I've heard, he actually did pay for them. He even said himself that he paid for them. Furthermore, there is something else to consider. Aside from the AOE model, numerous environmental models were created specifically for Yandere Simulator. Those models are not Unity Store models that anyone can purchase and use. These models were created and given to me and used in Yandere Simulator only. Just like that grass you stole. Just like the other numerous assets and models and pieces of artwork that you stole. Stealing them and building a game with them is asking for legal trouble. So I guess all those people you ripped off should take you to court. When a volunteer creates an asset, that asset is the volunteer's copyrighted content. I don't think any of your volunteers are gonna go with that. I don't think any of these volunteers you have making your shit for you will take this man to court. When a volunteer gives that asset to me and says, my work now belongs to you, you are the owner of this asset, they have transferred the copyright to me. That's not how copyright works. They transferred the ownership to you. That's not how copyright works. It's not copyright until you copyrighted it. Sometimes an actual written contract and signature is involved. That's still not how copyright works. Someone who is using these models in their game is in fact violating my copyright. It's not copyrighted until you get it copyrighted. God, I swear, people think they can write on a fucking Google document and they think that's copyright. That's not how that works. And I have the legal right to take action against them. Do it. Do it. It'd be hilarious. If they are in denial about this, it is an indication that they understand how copyright law works. Okay, so he's trying to scare this man. He's trying to scare Apis, saying that he's going to bring out his internet attorneys. That's what he's doing here. An extremely small amount of Yandere Simulator's assets, like less than 1%, are from the Unity store. You are a liar. You are straight up a liar. All the characters are from the Unity store. They make up more than 1% of the game. You are lying. The vast majority of the game's assets are completely original, and the copyright is either owned by me or a volunteer that created the asset for me. More than likely the other one, because you don't do shit. And Yandere Dev goes on to continue doing legal threats towards Apis when he makes this post. There is a person who ripped my game's assets and dropped them in the Unity project and gave a character ability to walk around an environment, creating a flimsy illusion that they are developing a game. This person has claimed, look, I recreated Yandere Simulator in under 2 weeks, which is a ridiculous claim, because they didn't actually create anything. They just copy-pasted my asset into Unity and called it their own work, which is funny considering what you made. It's not a game, it's a mirage of a game, which is very befitting. That's what the tagline for Yandere Simulator should be. Unfortunately, this person's scam is gaining a massive amount of traction since they uploaded a video announcing, also they called it a scam again. He's calling all of his competitors scams. Like, this guy isn't even raising money, so how is it a fucking scam? project 2 days ago. They have amassed almost 100k views on YouTube. An alarming number of people have actually believed someone has managed to recreate Yandere Simulator 100% within 2 weeks, and the developer is going to build a superior game that surpasses Yandere Simulator. It's pretty ridiculous. No, it's not. Your game is pretty basic. I wouldn't be shocked if a competent developer could do 10 times better than your game in under a month. Tens of thousands of people are falling for the false narrative. Wow, another fucking retread. I'm getting serious deja vu here. That it's possible to recreate Yandere Simulator within 2 weeks, and are spreading the notion that everyone should jump ship from my project to this new project. I presume that this will be a powerful negative impact on the ability that the Kickstarter will be successful. If the Kickstarter fails, Yandere Simulator can't exist. This is an external threat to Yandere Simulator, so he's trying to weaponize his fan base to attack these other projects because he wants to get more shekels from people. What a fucking greedy asshole. Your Kickstarter isn't gonna work because you spent 6 years developing nothing. Like, your game isn't even a game. You still don't have your first rival. There's no objective. It's just a bunch of mini games fucking put together with you being able to stab people. That's it. It's a hodgepodge of fucking code. It's nothing. Quit weaponizing your retarded children that are watching your videos that don't actually look into the type of piece of shit that you are. If all these assets in his game were original and he made everything from scratch, I would say there's no problem. But he's literally downloaded all my assets and claimed that he's developing a game. He is also under the impression that he is legally safe doing this. Action has to be taken. Swift legal action. He did not file any legal report. He did not do anything legally. So I think he's just another man bluffing about his internet lawyers. He isn't going to do jack shit. And everyone knows he wouldn't win that lawsuit. So after he went around with this big talk of getting internet lawyers on Dr. Apis, he actually ended up reaching out to Apis. And we're going to read that conversation because, of course, it was also leaked. To avoid these types of misunderstandings and drama in the future, there is something you could do for me. Yes, whenever you upload a video to your YouTube channel, you could display a message at the beginning of the video that says something along the lines of, "This is a fan project for fun, and it's not intended to replace or compete with Yandere Simulator. We support Yandere Dev and do not condone harassment." That's exactly what he wanted Epic Meal Dev to do, and kind of what Epic Meal Dev did, and it still wasn't good enough. This is ridiculous, and this is just Yandere Dev's attempts to push out his competition and delegitimize them by making them fan games. It's ridiculous, and Dr. Apis shouldn't have to deal with it. If he makes his own game and he releases it before Yandere Simulator, that's good on him. You can choose the wording that is most natural to you, but a message like that would probably prevent the perpetuation that there is no longer any reason to support YandereSim narrative. Claiming that you are revamping the game is just another way to say that you're attempting to surpass or replace Yandere Simulator, which is a very petty way to look at it. What's extremely sad is at the end of the Osana demo, I was planning for the final screen to reveal that I was officially rebranding Yandere Simulator to Lovesick. I created an animation for it and everything. I would love to see that animation so I'd know you're not lying. After this whole Lovesick debacle, I don't feel comfortable doing that anymore. It sucks that I've lost a cool surprise that I had planned. And we're supposed to feel bad for him. We're supposed to feel bad for him because he took so long to develop his game that he couldn't keep his cool name when he could have changed Yandere Simulator's name to that within any of the years that he spent developing this game. I say first come, first served. You didn't fucking do it, so anyone else has the right to. Yandere Dev ends up asking, how many features are in your game so far? Walk, kill, student, sanity, the basic mechanics that I had in my game back in 2014. And Dr. Apis ends up listing off every single feature that he has implemented. Teachers, teacher reactions, digging holes anywhere that has nothing but grass, killing students, blood trails that spread realistically when you drag the corpse, sanity, students, teachers follow footprints, trails, which is something Yandere Simulator does not have, Students, teachers' basic reactions to corpses, blood, murder, pushing students off the 3rd floor, which was a buggy thing in Yandere Simulator. I don't even think it could happen unless it was like a certain event. We made our own custom animation, talking to students, compliments, becoming their friend, etc. Bearing students / weapons, which is something you could only limitedly do in Yandere Simulator. Students can react to other students getting splashed by bucket traps, which is actually something that's really useful, and I like that idea. And Yandere Dev stops before he continues listing how his game is better in every single way, and says, I see, in terms of gameplay mechanics, those are most of the features you see on the surface of any average gameplay session. Not a lot of them. There was quite a few things that you don't have in your game in there. Your project would look comparable on the surface level. He's trying to build up a legal thing there, and it's not going to work. Just like how fucking PUBG couldn't get Fortnite, there's no way you're gonna beat this game. He would 100% beat you in a courtroom. Don't be delusional. I'm not saying this to boast, but to clarify the situation, underneath what's visible on the surface glance, Yandere Simulator has dozens of more features, numerous elimination methods that only apply to certain people in certain circumstances, many activities that can be done inside and outside of the school, many different weapons types, a bunch of different types of objects that can be interacted with and serve many purposes, side quests, minigames, etc. The side quests and minigames are the only thing he actually does have that he can boast about. But the minigames are fucking jack shit, and I wish he didn't waste time developing them. All they are is to help you level up your character. They're completely fucking pointless. Someone just glancing at the project would say, oh, it looks the same. They've recreated all this work, but there's several years worth of mechanics in Yandere Simulator that I'm sure this man can copy too if he really wanted to, that go beyond basic functionality. I think if you make this clear, people will understand that you didn't recreate Yandere Simulator in 2 weeks. So basically this man recreated Yandere Simulator in 2 weeks, and Yandere Dev is so fucking butthurt that he wants him to admit that he didn't. For no reason. No gain to him. He's kind of hinting that he might take him to court, but he hasn't said it directly yet. So no gain to Dr. Apis, he just wants him to do exactly as he commands. I wouldn't do it, because Yandere Dev has no place to talk. I'm not sure if you're going to care, but I really want to express something to you. My life has become an absolute hell since you announced your project. Deja vu is exactly what you told Epic Meal Deb. Many of my friends have abandoned me. I don't think you had friends to abandon you. I received dozens of messages per hour, which is what you've been saying for years, from people saying, haha, there's no reason to support you anymore, and the amount of harassment I receive per day has tripled. Oh boo-hoo. Your apology video didn't resolve the problem. If your apologizing didn't do anything, then why would you ever fucking continue trying to please this man? He's never going to be satisfied if just sorry isn't going to help. Tens of thousands of people are still spreading the narrative that it's possible to recreate my game and within 2 days. It's not 2 days, it's 2 weeks. Way to fucking change the goalpost. You really just want this man to admit something so you can spread around screenshots that you were right? What a fucking child. Every day is a nightmare now. It was already a nightmare before this, because you suck. You're never gonna fucking make your game, and it's only inevitable before people give up and you have no money. It's nothing but non-stop abuse and harassment. That's been your day for years. Every day for years. I just wanted to work on a cool anime game, but I was a dick to everybody. I mean, Project in Peace, and now there's nothing but suffering and misery because you're a dick and you deserve it. I can't have a peaceful life anymore. You didn't have a peaceful life before this. It's because of the existence of Lovesick convinces people that they are justified treating me like garbage. You said this to the other guy too. You said this to Epic Meal Dev. What hurts more than anything is that Lovesick is the name / announced I was going to use. And now I can't even use that name anymore because it's associated with all this pain and harassment. What a fucking crybaby. If you really want the name, use it. He abandoned it now. Just fucking take your stupid silly name. Everything I built has been stolen from me and destroyed, and nobody realizes or cares that it's all because they've been misled into believing things that aren't true. This man literally has like thousands thousands of words on his blog trying to debunk every negative thing someone says about him. The odds of him always being innocent are almost practically impossible. This man is a pathological liar, and he needs to get real help and stop making this game. The actual drama started a while ago, but I don't feel like talking about that. If you are aware this project is having many destructive consequences on another person's life, how can you possibly continue? Don't you see the harmful damage that this is doing for me? If a game is doing this to you, you need to leave the internet. Get a real job, YandereDev. Quit begging for money for a game you're never going to finish, and get some professional help. If you're going to be acting like this, you don't need to be online. You don't need to be in this type of job. You don't need to be dealing with this type of shit. Leave the internet and save yourself. If the cost of Yandere Simulator was ending another person's life, I'd cancel development. And by this, he's kind of alluding at suicide, but more so just trying to get pity points saying that his life is being destroyed. But I could see it going either way, so I'm totally okay with people saying that he's suicide baiting, and I can see where they're coming from. If there are tens of thousands or hundreds of people who are tricked into thinking we shouldn't support YandereDev because Lovesick exists and there is zero chance that crowdfunding campaign will be a success, what a fucking loser. Then Yandere Simulator can't exist. If it can't exist, then you should fucking get help. Go out, reach out to people who can actually develop this game and get it done. The more time you procrastinate, the more people are going to leave you, the more people are going to hate you, and the more money you're going to lose. Your project is an existential threat to my project. And it's not because you're a competing product, which that is the case, but it's because your project enables multitudes of people who are feeling justified in treating me like garbage or withdrawing their support. All because they have misconceptions about how game development works. I gave 6 years of my life to this project, and it's all being destroyed. Well, maybe you should have fucking finished it in 4 years. Maybe you should have fucking had Osana done by fucking 6 years. Apis responds, I don't think that this drama started happening due to Lovesick, which he's right. A day prior, when the r/Yandere Simulator Reddit was hacked, before that, people came forward with stupid stories defaming you, which is true. I was one of those people. To be honest, Lovesick is just like, I guess, cause people to ask questions. I thought it would be cleared up with the apology, but I guess it's still happening. It did happen at the most unfortunate possible point in time, yes. Get hacked immediately after someone makes a video with all my game's models in it and misleads thousands of people into thinking my work means nothing. And Apis responds, but yeah, it's just for a proof of concept. We've begun replacing the models, which he is right. They are replacing literally everything, and they're doing it far faster than YandereDev did when he had to fucking close his game down to replace grass. They're getting their shit done faster. Still. So that's the image right there. That's the image of the inside of the school now. And it's really nice. It's got wooden floors. It's got better walling. It just looks overall better than what YandereDev has. Isn't that just an edit? No, it's not just an edit. That's not a replacement. Tweaking some polygons is not replacing the models. You must make new content from scratch. You need actual character model to create a brand new model. That's the fucking Aoi model that you fucking colored her hair black. That's all you did. You didn't fucking make a new model. You didn't even change her shape or size. You literally just colored her hair black. You just exposed yourself for being fake, YandereDev. Like, what the fuck? The Aoi hair model from the game asset store, but it's heavily tied to Yandere-chan's identity. No, that's not. That's you fucking making an excuse. You didn't make that asset. You just colored it. That's all you did. And using that hair model and color is like saying this is Yandere-chan. Well, Yandere-chan's a basic bitch then. She's not Yandere-chan. She's fucking Black Aoi. Like, literally, that's all she is. You don't own that design. You don't own that hair. You don't own that character. Like, what the fuck? But not giving hate. It's just a recolor Aoi. Exactly. It is Aoi. 100%. And then YandereDev says, a character design is different from a character's model. Bullshit, that's one and the same, you fucking liar. Schoolgirl with black hair, ponytail, black eyes, black stockings is the design I gave to Yandere-chan. You didn't give her shit. You literally just changed the color. That's all you fucking did. It's literally the Aoi model. You would not get away with this in court. That's not your character. Yandere-chan, the Aoi character model is how I render that design into a 3D environment. How you fucking steal that design and claim it as your own. It's still my design. No, it isn't. Do you consider Lovesick to be a completely standalone game or a fan game? A fan game would be a free project someone makes for fun because they like the main game. Basically the same thing making fan art. He's trying to make him delegitimize his own game by not calling it a game. I do consider it a fan game for now. But once changing the assets, I do believe it'd be considered a standalone game, but it is still free to play. The Aoi model comes with 80 animations, but Yandere Simulator has 400 animations I got other people to make. You can obviously use the animations that you purchase from the Unity store. Are you sure he can? Because I think it's tied close to Yandere-chan, and it might be too closely associated with her. You fucking hack. But I can't give you the authorization to use any of the animations that were created specifically for YandereSim. Apis responds, I know. We have animators creating original animations for us. A lot of people came out surprisingly and wanted to help. It's very generous. And how do you think YandereDev reacts to that type of comment? That people are trying to help him, that people care about him. This is how he fucking responds. Those are all people who probably would have offered me help. Which they have offered you help, and you spit in their face more times than not. If my reputation hadn't been tarnished by clickbait YouTubers, that includes me, spreading false narratives, which it's not false, we have proof, and untrue accusations about me, which is true accusations about you for the most part, the help you were getting is what was taken away from me. You're not obligated to this. It wasn't taken away from you. You weren't guaranteed to get shit. It's the help that I need at this desperate part of the game's development. You mean, not even a 10th of the way through? Not even barely done? Like, you literally have nothing done? And it's going to you instead, because people developed misconceptions after seeing your video, trying to shame him. Trying to fucking shame him and get him to stop his game, just like he did with Epic Meal Dev. Trying to fucking shame him. Didn't Watashi have the same problem? I thought that went away after a month or so, if I'm correct. I could type out all the similarities and differences, but I'm too mentally and physically exhausted at this point in time. Also, I believe the people were saying things because we have 2 programmers on the project. I and Nocturnal, my buddy, who studied with me during college classes of computer programming and science for 3 years, so he's actually certified, unlike YandereDev. He's more certified and capable than YandereDev. Why do people still support him? I guess we haven't been able to reach any sort of resolution, and we'll just have to continue to suffer. I really wanted to take a 2-week vacation or something. You always take a fucking vacation. You take more vacations than anyone. Every time I fucking hear something about you, it's you wanting to take a vacation or you wanting to stream or something. You're always on break. But it's impossible to think of doing something like that while someone else is stealing all my attention and hype from my game that isn't even a game. So, no rest. Have to continue forcing myself to work. Yes, because you're not even close to being done. You have to force yourself to work because that's what you're getting paid for, and you desperately need rest. You don't need fucking rest. Make your game. I didn't mean to steal your attention, this guy says, trying to be nice. I thought it would only get 5k views. You can be fully aware of the consequences that you're having on another person's life and still continue forward on what you're doing? I don't see what I did as wrong. This was happening before Lovesick, which is true. It was happening years before Lovesick. You're exacerbating every problem, which is a lie. If my project had these kinds of consequences on another person's life, I'd drop it immediately, which I don't believe because of all the fucked up shit you've said. I don't believe you would drop it. I don't think there's any point in trying to discuss this, though. If you simply don't care about what your project is doing to me in my life, then I just have to live with it and keep suffering and losing everything I've built. You mean everything everyone else built for you and the fucking character you bought. The characters you bought. You built little to nothing. The problem is that you're building nothing. Watashi, Sarah's School Life, and other fan games didn't seem to have this effect though. I do care, which obviously you do because you keep trying to help this loser. It's just, it's been happening before my project, which is true. The thing is, the other games didn't receive a massive outpour of support because anti-Yandere's sentiment wasn't very strong, and he spelled very wrong, at that point in time. The anti-Yandere dev sentiment is at an all-time high right now, and you're receiving a ton of support. Everything that you have right now is a result of people being misled into hating me. They're not misled into hating you. Most of the time you fuck them over personally and ban them from your server. You have thousands of people banned from your server. That's not all because of this game. I've had to build everything from scratch. Lie. Fucking owie, you liar. Starting with white cubes and 0 supporters, you fucking liar. You always had 4chan from the start, you fucking liar. You get a massive boost right from the start because everyone that jumped on the hate Yandere dev bandwagon is going to give you their support. If he didn't have anything worth showing off, they wouldn't support him. You're starting to not have anything worth showing off, so they're not supporting you. Fucking do your job, get something worth showing off, and then maybe you can save yourself. I only believe they did so because they were already haters, but just spoke out because of the game. I wouldn't want to build a game with a fan base that only exists because of the hate for another project. Oh, boo-hoo, you fucking crybaby. Money is money, support is support. Doesn't matter what it's built on. And then Apis reached out to Yandere Dev after that, trying yet again to help this man. Which Yandere Dev still talks shit on this poor guy when he keeps trying to help him over and over again. Hey Yandere Dev, to be honest, I've been thinking about shifting the focus to a social simulator rather than a murder spree, which I think you can still do both. I want to announce this along with the shift in style with the game's rebrand. This is the way people won't compare our projects. I won't really be making a Yandere simulator and we can both coexist, which is what other people have done to please this man baby and I wouldn't recommend you do. The player won't be encouraged to murder. They will have more along the lines of manipulation. On the main part, we plan to have a social simulation mechanics to be the core gameplay, which can be interesting and I wish he would do that. Murder is an available option to eliminate your opponents, rivals, and will be super easy, but getting rid of the evidence will be difficult. If a corpse is found, cameras will be put up in the school so no more accidental deaths can occur without being recorded, which is something Yandere Simulator already did. And if you choose to get rid of the evidence, it'll be hard due to the fact that people are everywhere and can do all random things. Stop the routine to drink water, use the bathroom, get a snack from the vending machine. I hope that this can differentiate our projects, and because people need to stop comparing them, if need be, I'm willing to make a video directly announcing this shift in direction, which you shouldn't. Thank you for your time. Yandere Dev says, that does feel like it could help the situation, which it won't. The main core of the game will still have its attention on a social simulator in the first place. That's what we've been working on, the students, more than anything. Most of the student stuff shown in the announcement video, likely drinking water, small events, where they talk to each other about random stuff, etc. And Yandere Dev says, the first 2 projects focus on providing the player with very different experiences, then they won't be much of a comparison. The more you differentiate the 2 projects, the more benefits there are for both projects. I wholeheartedly endorse the idea. Apis responds with, thank you. The corridor test video planned for making soon is going to show off the social simulation side of it. And for the people who are going around saying that these screenshots are fake, here's a conversation that Dr. Apis had where he actually confirms that they're real. This did happen. And now after all this shit is over, after all the stuff with Yandere Dev is finally concluded, where they finally feel like they're on even footing and that they can finally take things out and just be nice to one another. Someone ends up leaking all of his DMs, all of Apus's DMs, and this pisses off YandereDev, and we're gonna read his post talking about this because he got really angry. YandereDev threatened to commit suicide to pressure a game developer into canceling his game project. In short, no, I didn't. Yet again, do you ever say yes? It's always no. It's always, in short, no. Someone extracted Yandere Simulator's assets and used these assets to develop a simple game prototype. They created an announcement trailer showing off what they had done, despite the fact that the prototype only contains a fraction of the functionality of Yandere Simulator, shitting on his game yet again. There's an announcement trailer. It gave hundreds of thousands of people a false impression that the game is to recreate the entirety of Yandere Simulator in only 2 weeks. The only reason that their prototype looks remotely presentable is because they simply copy-pasted all of the assets that were created for me over the course of 6 years. Way to shit on him after talking things out with him. Not store-bought assets, but Yandere Simulator original copyrighted assets, which I'm gonna need to see the copyright on those to believe you, but no, Yandere Simulator also uses store-bought assets. He is lying. They created nothing original and simply stole all of my material. It's the most blatant theft I've ever seen in the history of the game industry. I've seen worse. You were one of them. Because hundreds of thousands of people were tricked into believing that it's possible to recreate Yandere Simulator within 2 weeks, my work has been completely devalued, which it didn't have much value to begin with. I have begun to receive a massive amount of harassment. I have started to lose a lot of support that I spent the last 6 years building up. And that's not just because of this game, that's because mostly you're a dick. This is not a case of another developer is making a superior game, but it's a case of a con artist pulling a scam that is tricking hundreds of thousands of people into hating me. That's exactly what you said about the last guy. Are all of them con artists? Is everyone but you a con artist, YandereDev? If it's truly a fan project and the developer was truly a fan of Yandere Simulator, then he would acknowledge the damage that he was doing to me and my project, and he would take the action to avoid threatening Yandere Simulator's existence, which it hardly has one. I reached out to him to discuss this. During the discussion, I expressed my feelings. I told him that I felt his project was ruining my life and destroying my life, ending my life, etc. He posted the screenshots of our discussion, which is a lie. He didn't post the screenshots of discussion. He shared it with one of his friends privately, and that person leaked them. That's not the same. You're lying right there. People use these screenshots to create an untrue accusation that I contacted him to threaten suicide, which it could be seen as that. So I'm not entirely writing that out. I don't think you were threatening suicide, but I can see where they were coming from. Even though I never actually said that. What the actual fuck? This is a screenshot that people posted around, false narrative. There's not a single sentence where I threatened suicide. It simply doesn't happen. In case you need me to spell it out for you, the meaning of the last sentence is, if Yandere Simulator would ruin or destroy someone's life and end their career, I would cancel Yandere Simulator. And that is the whole drama between YandereDev and Apus. It is a crazy, crazy situation. Both of them have a lot of bad blood. Apus is now doing his game, and it's called Love Letter. And he's completely cut ties with YandereDev. I think he even blocked him. I think that's what happened at the end of all that. He called him out, blocked him, and now he's moving on with his own life. If you guys want to support Love Letter, I'll have it linked in the description below. Go check that out. And now we have to move on to the final part of the video. That final part being the fact that YandereDev is going around copyright striking people. People have been critiquing him a lot during all this shit, and just like last time, he's striking people again. The Game Sleuth got a strike and almost got his whole channel taken down by YandereDev striking a lot of his videos, and Coco Nankins almost lost his channel too. He got a strike from YandereDev. So, yet again, YandereDev is going around striking the critics of his games. I'll have both of their channels linked in the description below too. Go check them out. Go show them some support. No one deserves to be falsely struck, and hopefully I won't be falsely struck either. And that was everything involving Yandere Simulator from 2020. Osana isn't in the game, Yandere Dev is still being stupid, and now competition is finally starting to rise up, and Yandere Dev is shitting his pants because he now sees that everyone realizes that he is a fucking hack and they want to abandon him. My final thoughts are, Yandere Dev needs to get his shit together, hire more people to be on his team, actually start coding in Osana, finish her up, get the other rivals in, do the fucking Kickstarter, and finish his game. There are so many games that came out during the development of Yandere Simulator that there is a whole Twitter account dedicated to talking shit on this game, listing off everything that came out during the development of Yandere Simulator. Like, it is ridiculous. Hello Neighbor is now a franchise. FNAF is now a franchise. There are so many indie games that blew up and made their games creators millionaires. Meanwhile, fucking Yandere Dev is living off of fucking schmeckles, monthly pennies on his shit game. You need to get this game done, prove to everyone that you deserve the attention, you deserve the fame, and that you're not a hack. If you guys like this video, hit the like button. If you really like it, share it. And if you want to see more, and subscribe. Bye, guys.
Oh, excellent. The latest build and video are finished uploading. I put Osana into the game. Time to release them for the world to see. I hope that everybody likes the latest feature.
Hey guys, 2020 is coming to an end, and I wanted to end it with a bang. Today we are going to be doing an Is Stupid, but not only are we doing an Is Stupid, it is on a returning subject, Turkey Tom. Turkey Tom has recently gotten himself into a lot of controversy, and I want to briefly cover why Turkey Tom is stupid. So let's get into this today on DHT. So the first thing I want to get out of the way is this video is not intended to be a dissection of Turkey Tom's content. There are plenty of videos like that out there, and if you want to watch those, I'll put a couple in the description down below. This video is intended to be a dissection of one of the biggest problems I have with Turkey Tom. That is him randomly calling people pedophiles. Because in case you didn't know this, calling people pedophiles randomly is not a good thing. Now you can claim that it is humorous to call people pedophiles, but I would argue that calling someone a pedophile, unlike calling them literally anything else, has the potential of completely ruining their life and their career. So I would refrain from calling someone a pedophile unless you 100% know they are guilty. Unfortunately, Turkey Tom does not follow that advice. Turkey Tom calls people pedophile whenever he feels like it, and I have multiple examples to prove this. Now, the first example I want to give is Spoctor theory. Now, in case you didn't know about the whole Spoctor drama, Spoctor was a YouTuber who is accused of being a weirdo by a woman named Pentagram and a couple other people. These rumors ended up being proven false, and Spoctor was proven innocent. So Spoctor slowly gained back the reputation he had lost. Well, let's watch this clip from Turkey Tom from a couple years ago.
Well, there are various examples like Spoctor theory, the guy who was getting weird with little kids, Pentagrin, the girl who falsely accused that guy of being a pedophile.
As you can see in this clip from Turkey Tom, it seems like he's insinuating that Spoctor is still declared a weirdo, and from his wording, it seems like he's saying that Pentagrin accused just a robot of being a pedophile falsely. So I don't know if it's poor editing on his end, I don't know if it was a setup to some joke to which his monotone voice fucking ruined it. I have no clue what he was intending here. I can only take away that he is calling calling Spoctor a pedophile and saying that Just Robot got falsely accused. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. That's just what I take from it, from the images on screen matching up to the audio. Next, we are going to talk about one of Tom's most controversial videos that he's ever made, that being one of his videos on Mr. Enter. This isn't his first video on Mr. Enter, it isn't even his second. If I'm remembering right, it's his third video on Mr. Enter. He keeps deleting his videos, so I don't know which one it is, I could be wrong. But in this video on Mr. Enter, Tom decided to call Mr. Enter a pedophile.
I have a feeling that Enter's idea of a thank you video was him stripping down nude and sending people pictures of his little Johnny to the kids who pay money to see his show.
If it wasn't bad enough that he called him a pedophile once, he did it again.
With not even 300,000 subscribers, for someone who has never made an animation in his entire life and has never shown that he is capable of producing one piece of good writing, either from his reviews, his atrocious book, or his somewhat pedophilic show concept.
And if that wasn't bad enough, he did it a third time.
I feel like this is Enter sort of projecting, telling his audience preemptively that he's a creep or a horrible person of some kind before he gets outed for it by someone else. I mean, not saying he is necessarily, even though he has done some rather pedophilic illustrations in his past.
Okay, he may have done it 3 times, but I'm sure Turkey Tom's intentions for covering Mr. Enter were good. I'm sure that he doesn't have any spite going into this. I'm sure he's doing this just because he wants to spread awareness, right?
And truth be told, I didn't even want to make this video, but oh wait, yes I did, because once again Mr. Enter has shown that he is an incompetent fool who has no idea what he's doing whatsoever.
Oh no, Turkey Tom is just an arrogant prick, and he covered Mr. Enter because he's trying to bully someone. What a shock, I would have never guessed that. Now, I am perfectly fine with people bullying each other. Make fun of someone for the way they talk, for the way they look, for the way their name is spelled. Make fun of them for whatever you want to. But I think it's different making fun of someone for these attributes and calling someone a pedophile. In my opinion, I don't think that you should be throwing around labels like this that have the potential to ruin someone's life. Now, after the whole Mr. Enter thing, Tom was basically backed into a corner and forced to apologize to Mr. Enter, and a lot of people would think that's where his pedophile claims would stop. But no, it's not where it would stop, because Turkey Tom never learns his lesson. He instead runs away and then does the shit again. And a good example of that is with Digibro. Now, I don't like Digibro. Digibro's a piece of shit. He's a weirdo. But the one thing I wouldn't call Digibro definitively is a pedophile. Turkey Tom did call him a pedophile. Let's play that clip.
As it turns out, YardereSim is a self-admitted and proud lover of children, or as he calls it, a lolicon. Essentially what this means is that he is sexually attracted to lollies, or little anime girls, something which he seems to proudly state considering that he posts about it so often on his Twitter and actively defends pedophilia as if it is okay and should be accepted by society.
So Turkey Tom shows screenshots, and the screenshots does not actually show him defending pedophilia. It instead has him discussing lolicon. Now, the internet is still debating on if lolicon is considered pedophilia, and I know some courts have already decided that it does count as pedophilia, but there are plenty of countries in the world that doesn't consider it pedophilia and doesn't consider it to be a crime. So the fact that Turkey Tom is going to call Digi a pedophile definitively, despite him only admitting to liking anime girls, is a little bit dishonest. I don't think that's a fair thing to do to him, and I don't think that you should be willing to throw around this label so willy-nilly like you do. Now let's move on to the big thing that everyone wanted me to talk about, that being the pyro accusations. I have a lot of clips ready for the pyro accusations, and I've already decided that I'm only going to be covering one of Turkey Tom's claims from his pyrocynical video. That being the claim that I can 100% prove is false as of now. That being, Tom said that Pyro knew that the kid he was talking to was 15 years old. This is a very important argument because if Pyro knows that the kid was 15, that means that Pyro actually committed a crime. So let's hear what Turkey Tom has to say.
And Pyro, I know you've been nice to me in the past, and I was very glad to see someone who I looked up to be friendly to me, and this is probably burning a big bridge, but I'm not going to sit here and lie about what you did. Pyrocynical, at age 19, was messaging a 15-year-old boy and using him as an opportunity for sexual gratification. He knew his age at the time, and after the fact, he lied about it in a terrible Reddit post because he knew it was exactly what his audience wanted. There really isn't any debate about that, and it is completely fair to call him a weird, creepy guy. He is by all accounts a freak, and the people who defend him are either extremely dumb or willfully ignorant. I don't know which is worse.
As you can see, Turkey Tom gave no proof that Pyro knew that the kid was 15 years old. Instead, he just said it. And I guess that's enough for his audience to believe it. He doesn't have to have any damning proof that Pyrocynical knew he was 15. He can just say it, according to this clip from his first video. Well, that was just the first video in this 3-part series. Maybe in the second video, he will actually have damning proof that Pyro knew the kid was 15. Well, let's play a clip from his second video.
Here, we see Ivory not only say that he is a minor, but also a message of him clearly sending his Twitter bio with his age in it to Pyrocynical, at which point he would have been 16 years of age, and Pyrocynical would have been 20. In the newer leaked messages between Ivory and Ida, before he turned 16, we see her acknowledge that he is clearly 15 years of age, showing that he wasn't lying to her at the very least about his age. Not only this, but the DMs seem to be alluding to Pyro and Ivory forming some kind of relationship at the time. Ivory says that Pyro is talking about more real life stuff, but okay, how bad could it be? We don't know the full intent of these messages, right? Well, it gets worse. Here, Ida clearly says that she doesn't think it is unrealistic for Pyro, at age 19, to be in a relationship with Ivory at age 15. They both clearly acknowledged Ivory's age just minutes ago in these messages.
As you can see, he still has no proof that Pyro knew the kid was 15, and instead says because Pyro's girlfriend, who isn't even his girlfriend at the time, she would go on to be his girlfriend later, knew that the kid was 15, that means that Pyro had to know from her, because Turkey Tom is a mind reader, I guess. He is a psychic. He knows these type of things. He's the That's So Raven of the commentary community. He can actually determine if you ever had a conversation, even if there's no proof to that conversation actually happening. What I would need in order for me to believe this crazy idea is a DM from Pyro to his girlfriend saying that he knows, or a DM from Pyro's girlfriend to this person saying they told Pyro. But you don't show either of these DMs, so right now what you are doing is assuming, and you should never assume when it comes to situations like this, when it comes to labels like these, when it comes to accusations like these. So we've already established that Turkey Tom has no evidence that Pyro knew that the kid was 15. Well, instead of presenting us with some type of evidence, Turkey Tom instead tries to form a hypothetical. Let's play out his hypothetical argument.
So, for Pyro to not know Ivory's age, 5 conditions need to be met. 1. Pyrocynical never once saw the initial DM from Ivory saying that he was a minor. 2. Pyrocynical never once saw the DM where Ivory sent him his Twitter profile. Pyrocynical, who at the time was expressing interest in a relationship with Ivory, which was corroborated by Pyrocynical's at the time soon-to-be girlfriend, still never knew Ivory's age, and an age which she thought would not dissuade him from being in a relationship with Ivory. 4. Pyrocynical never saw any of the tweets of Ivory explicitly saying that he was 15 years old on an account that he followed and interacted with very regularly. 5. Somehow, outside of these instances, Ivory never mentioned his age once in the presence of Pyrocynical. As you can see, these conditions are a little ridiculous, and they're kind of where I rest my case.
When it comes to situations like this and accusations like this, you don't want to do this. This is probably the worst thing that you can do, is set up a hypothetical, because there's no way to 100% prove that Pyro didn't know. Instead, you're setting up a set of circumstances that will lead your audience to think that he knew, because you're convincing them that he did know. Now, I know that you'll hide behind the guise of, I didn't 100% say anything, but that's just a manipulation tactic, so then you can get out of accusing someone of doing something without actually having to accuse them. If you put on your big boy pants and did enough research, you should be secure in saying something, but instead you knew you were going to get called out, so you decided to be weaselly in this video and never 100% say anything. Or at least I would say that if you didn't 100% say something in your first video before you started being a weasel.
Pyrocynical, at age 19, was messaging a 15-year-old boy and using him as an opportunity for sexual gratification. He knew his age at the time, and after the fact, he lied about it in a terrible Reddit post because he knew it was exactly what his audience wanted. There really isn't any debate about that.
So, this hypothetical is worthless, and it seems like to me you're just too cowardly to admit to the thing that you think about Pyro. So now let's jump over to Turkey Tom's third video on Pyrocynical. In this video, he decided to respond to Pyrocynical's response to his Google Doc, and And in this video, he decides to double down on his accusations. He decides to double down on his stupidity. So let's watch a clip from this video.
Pyro's strongest point from the video comes from the idea that the minor DM came after Ivory had turned 16, which he claims nullifies it.
As for the other message, I don't remember seeing this message, and I'm not sure why it's being used as proof that I knew he was 15, because if you compare the dates, this message was sent 2 months after he sent me his link with his age in bio.
And I would concede on this point if Pyro had stopped talking to Ivory once he learned of the age gap, which he didn't, and Pyro admits this in the video.
In retrospect, I never should have continued the furry stuff with him once I learnt of his age, even though at the time I didn't see it as a problem.
As you can see, Pyrocynical comes out swinging, saying that what I've been saying this whole video, Turkey Tom can't prove that he knew the kid was 15. And instead of just admitting that he was wrong and giving up on that point, Turkey Tom instead tries to manipulate his audience yet again by saying that Pyrocynical should have stopped talking to the kid when he knew he was 16. Now, this is made to deliberately trick his audience, because people will point out that 16 is a minor, and he wants you to know that 16 is a minor, so you'll think that Pyrocynical is bad because he is an adult. Not only are there only a few years between Pyrocynical and the kid, that being 4 at max, it actually turns out that the age of consent in both Pyro's country and the kid's country is 16. So that would mean that the kid was legal in both of their countries. And if the kid is legal in both of their countries, no crime was committed. Now, am I for the age of consent being 16? No, but I'm pointing out that legally Pyrocynical did nothing wrong. Now, you still could make the argument that Pyrocynical talked to a 15-year-old. That's fucked up, right? Well, morally it is kind of fucked up, but legally speaking, Pyrocynical did not know the kid's age. Now, should he have asked for it? Yes, but he didn't. So because Pyrocynical didn't know that the kid was 15, he didn't commit any crime. It's only illegal if you know that you're talking to someone who cannot consent and then continue being sexual with them. Pyrocynical did not know the person's age, therefore he didn't commit a crime. But not only did Turkey Tom double down on this argument, he also doubled down on the really stupid argument that because Pyrocynical went on to date one of the people involved, that means that she had to tell him at some point.
Additionally, the idea that simply because he wasn't dating Ida at the time, she would have no reason to talk about Ivory's age to him is kind of laughable. Pyro frames this as if they were barely friendly at the time, when Ida clearly says that they were calling every other day in DMs, and we can see group chats from this time when they were all together. Art from 4 years ago, where she draws art reflective of his fetish, is also publicly available online. His argument here is basically that despite the fact they knew each other, were in group chats together, Ivory had talked about his age with other people, including people they both knew, was very vocal about his age on Twitter, that he still just didn't know and was somehow hiding it from Pyrocynical. And hey, it's fine if you disagree, but a lot of people see this as circumstantial enough to think that he must have known. It's not irrational.
Doubling down on this point was really dumb of Turkey Tom, because not only was this a bad point to begin with, it instead makes it look like he's not willing to admit that anything that he theorized is wrong. There is no definitive proof that she told Pyro that the kid was 15. There is no definitive proof that Pyro talked to her about the kid's age. You cannot prove any of this shit, so it's pointless to be doubling down and refusing to admit that you could be wrong. It is stupid to continue pushing this argument when it has no weight behind it. If you thought that everything up until this point was dumb, well, let me show you something even worse. Here's a blatant example of Turkey Tom trying to manipulate his audience.
And in the follow-up document I released about it, I made the claim that I didn't really know either way, leaving it up for the readers to decide. Is Pyrocynical a groomer? While I first stated no, after these new leaks, I don't feel comfortable saying no. That being said, Ivory's basic message can be legitimately proven to be true. When he was 19 years old, Pyrocynical messaged a 15-year-old sexually. Pyro frames this as a disingenuous move on my part.
This document is cowardly. I mean, like, the ending is no exception. Like, they don't even definitively state if I groomed anyone. They just leave enough room for people to draw that conclusion themselves without openly saying.
But in reality, this was me doing my best to put all of the information on the table and allow some room for interpretation for what people think. I intentionally didn't make a judgment call, and I tried to make more non-definitive statements in the document as more information was, and still is, coming out. I wanted anyone to be able to draw their conclusions about the topic. This is not malicious or cowardly in any way, as Pyrocynical claims.
As you can hear by that clip, Turkey Tom says that he never made a judgment call. But what he actually says is, I never made a judgment call in that document. document. And the reason why he has to say that is he knows people will call him out on making a definitive statement in his part 1 video.
Pyrocynical, at age 19, was messaging a 15-year-old boy and using him as an opportunity for sexual gratification. He knew his age at the time, and after the fact, he lied about it in a terrible Reddit post because he knew it was exactly what his audience wanted. There really isn't any debate about that.
As you can hear from that clip I just played, he 100% said that Pyro knew the age of this person. He says that Pyro did do this stuff, even though he goes on to say that he didn't make any definitive claims. But because he knows he'll be called out, he had to say, I didn't make any definitive claims in that document. Well, that document would go on to be the part 2 video. He reads it out verbatim in his part 2 video. In the part 1 video, he does make a judgment call. He does 100% say that Pyro did this. So it doesn't matter what he says in part 2. It doesn't matter what he says in part 3. Unless he admits that he's flat out wrong, he still made a judgment call. Now, maybe if Turkey Tom did this just once, you could say that it might have been poor wording on his end. Or maybe he just didn't fully think this through. This isn't proof that he's trying to manipulate his audience. Well, he did it twice in the exact same way.
The accusation of Pyrocynical being a pedo or a groomer has been dropped for weeks by most people, and I have rarely seen anyone of importance saying this. A few people may assert it or imply it, and I want to take control of this right now and say that I don't support anyone calling him a pedo, because there's no adequate evidence to say that. And claiming that I have made false allegations against Pyrocynical is simply untrue. My document points to a body of circumstantial evidence that leads me to believe, in tandem with other situations, that he knew Ivory's age.
As you can hear from that clip, Turkey Tom pulls the exact same argument he just did by saying that he didn't make any false claims in his document, knowing that he already made false claims in his video. Turkey Tom is deliberately wording himself to where it sounds like he's not lying, to sound like he's not being dishonest, when in reality, he had always thought that Pyrocynical was guilty of what he was accused of doing. But instead of just admitting this and saying that he was wrong, he instead decides to double down, because Turkey Tom has always doubled down on this bullshit. So the argument I have been making throughout this video is that Turkey Tom can't handle criticism, that Turkey Tom can't admit when he's wrong. Instead of just owning up to his faults, he decides to double down and triple down until people believe him. Well, at one point in this video, he decides to humor Pyrocynical.
Additionally, Pyro's point about him being suspended on Twitter was fair, and it made a few of the points in my document significantly weaker. A decent portion of the document was dedicated to claiming that Pyro knew the age when he was 15. Admittedly, Pyro did a good job of defending himself from that in this case. However, when he was 16, Pyro admitted to having known about his age and continuing to talk to him in his video. And even apart from that, he doesn't even come close to making everything incorrect. At the time that the original screenshots were released, Pyrocynical never explicitly stated in his Reddit response that he kept talking to Ivory, simply that he didn't have his age in his bio until he had turned 16. This is because he felt he didn't have to, so his fans gave him the benefit of the doubt and assumed that he had stopped talking to him. But once more evidence came out in my videos, he had to admit it. There was no tiptoeing around it. And my document itself is a small portion of this greater picture.
As you can hear by that clip, Turkey Tom kinda humors Pyrocynical's argument, but he doesn't actually admit that Pyrocynical is right. Pyro points out that Turkey Tom can't prove that he knew the kid was 15 when he was 15, but instead of just owning up to that and dropping the argument, he decides to continue to push that he talked to the kid when he was 16. And as I brought up earlier, 16 is the age of consent, and instead of just admitting that he is wrong, he decides to try to push that Pyrocynical is fucked up for talking to someone sexually who can legally consent. So this is obviously a manipulation tactic by Turkey Tom to convince his audience that he is right, even though he's been proven to be wrong by Pyrocynical multiple times now. And if those takes weren't bad enough for you, there's a point in one of Turkey Tom's videos where he flat out hypothetically calls Pyrocynical a predator.
Are you so hung up on this idea that you will not put forth the effort to condemn someone who did something demonstrably more harmful? I don't know about you, but I have much more hatred for someone exhibiting predatory behavior than I do for someone who wants Twitter likes.
Now, you could say that Turkey Tom still had the best of intent when going into the situation. You could say that he still really cared about what was going on and wasn't doing this just because he's a spiteful bastard who decided to attack Pyrocynical. Well, let me play this clip to change your mind.
I can't wait until someone with even more damning accusations and even more proof than Ivory comes out, and dipshits like prison mate Luke either justify what they did or do mental gymnastics to lie about what actually happened.
As you heard in that clip, Turkey Tom said that he hopes that Pyrocynical does get busted, that he hopes that more people do step forward just so he can rub it in the faces of the people who are defending Pyrocynical. That really shows that he has good intentions throughout this whole drama, doesn't it? And those were all of my main arguments. I covered the Spoctor stuff, I covered Mr. Enter, I covered Digibro, and I covered Pyro. Before we wrap things up, I want to play a clip from both Pyrocynical and Mr. Enter, where they talk about how they feel about Turkey Tom calling them a pedophile. So let's play that clip.
Now, really good closing note here for anyone that is still confused to any degree. If your accusation is solely Pyrocynical is a complete degenerate and should have not had these conversations with someone that he didn't realise was 15, you win. I can't dispute that. But if you've either insinuated, contributed, or directly called me a paedophile who groomed someone knowing that they were 15, that is a completely false claim.
People have both been killed and killed others over that exact accusation. And when you get out of high school, making claims like those, either in real life or even on the internet, can bite you in the ass. It's called slander, and you can be sued for it. I know that you're thinking that what you do on the internet has no consequences, but it does. By claiming that I'm a pedophile when I'm not, gives me the ability to sue you.
Now, I have a really strong feeling that Turkey Tom fans will end up watching this video and saying that Turkey Tom can handle criticism, that Turkey Tom isn't a petty, spiteful bastard, that Turkey Tom will listen to what we're saying, and that he will care and will go on to improve. Well, I have a feeling that he doesn't care, and I have a strong suspicion that he won't watch this video, and that he won't take any of the criticism that's being thrown at him. If you want some proof, watch this clip.
I've also seen a lot of people saying that I don't respect criticism when it harms my reputation, but I'd argue that pretty much all criticism can harm your reputation if people take it a certain way, so what the fuck are you trying to say? There are points during which I've said, hey, I shouldn't have called that self-conscious girl fat. I probably should have acknowledged it in my video. I shouldn't have compared her to the Michelin Man. I shouldn't have joked about this guy being a pedophile and then had the jokes fall flat. But there are other points where I say, oh wait, this guy is fucking dumb. I'm not going to change anything based on this video that I just saw about me because he comes off like a jackass who doesn't know what he's talking about.
And that was everything I wanted to talk about involving Turkey Tom. I think after everything I've told you about, all the examples I've brought up, it's safe to say that Turkey Tom is stupid. Hopefully you guys like this video. If you like this video, hit the like button. If you really like it, share it. And if you want to see more, then subscribe. Thank you guys for watching, and bye.